I am the skin shifter. And today we're going to read from a philosopher with whom I have as yet read or heard nothing, about which I am repulsed. We're going to read an essay, I believe is what it's properly called. It's certainly not a book. It's short enough that it could be published on a website. We're going to read Soren Kierkegaard. By we, I mean I. I am going to read Soren Kierkegaard because I learned a phrase. I learned a phrase today that I'd never heard of. That phrase is known as inverted consensus reality distortion. An inverted consensus reality distortion is the experience of existing in reality and knowing objective reality and being surrounded by people whose consensus reality rejects and distorts your reality. It's never been studied somehow, psychologically or sociologically, the actual effect on the brain that propaganda has. I find that staggering, knowing what I know about how much psychology has been used to learn how to propagandize effectively. So if you need another reason to just check all the way out on your psychologist and your court mandated clinical counseling, that's why psychology has lived in the pocket of the CIA and the federal government broadly since basically William James's death. And so we are surrounded at all times, by people speaking to us untruths. This is why I was Shaggy Philolitea. I didn't do as much as I could have to fight against it because, frankly, I was working on a lot of things, and the passerby in my in my lives was just completely unprepared. And the reason they were completely unprepared is because the average human being alive today believes that we exist. How the fuck do I have one viewer and 3 likes? The average human being today exists in a world wherein they believe that reality is arrived at by consensus. A consensus is the agreement among important influencers, period. So when scientific consensus says, or when someone says that scientific consensus claims that, what they mean is that a small group of very, very rich white men do not want anyone to believe anything other than. And so Soren Kierkegaard wrote before 1859, but this work was published posthumously in 1859. This is an excerpt from his work, That Individual, 2 Notes Concerning My Work as an Author, published posthumously in 1859. The work is titled The Crowd is Untruth. And we begin. There is a view of life which conceives that where the crowd is, there also is the truth, and that in truth itself there is need of having the crowd on its side. And so what he's saying is that any particular YouTube channel, many people believe that where any particular YouTube channel has lots of people viewing and lots of people pressing the like button, therein resides truth. And that in order for a YouTube channel to have any truth, there require a lot of people to be gathered around it. He continues, there is another view of life which conceives that wherever there is a crowd, there is untruth. Or, like you've heard me say, anything that is popular, whether it be Game of Thrones or 50 Shades of Grey or Twilight, whether it be Mass Effect or Call of Duty or Baldur's Gate 3, whether it be Stephen King or Dean Koontz or Brandon Sanderson or J.R.R. Tolkien or, I don't know, whether it be The Office or Friends or Seinfeld, whatever is popular, says this contra opinion, it must therefore be untrue. He continues, so that, parenthetical, to consider for a moment the extreme case in parenthetical, even if every individual, each for himself in private, were to be in possession of the truth, yet in case they were all to get together in a crowd to which any sort of decisive significance is attributed, a voting, noisy, audible crowd, untruth would at once be in evidence. He continues, a crowd in its very concept is the untruth, by reason of the fact that it renders the individual completely impotent, completely impenitent and irresponsible, as I've said about the way our government works, that we have spread responsibility across our government and across our individual human beings, so that any time a crime against humanity is committed, we are all culpable. Everyone who has ever watched an Epstein movie is culpable for Epstein's crimes. That's what he's saying here. He continues, or at least weakens his sense of responsibility by reducing it to a fraction. Observe that there was not one single soldier that dared lay hands upon Caius Marius. This was an instance of truth. But given merely 3 or 4 women with the consciousness or the impression that they were a crowd, and with hope of a sort and the possibility that no one could say definitely who was doing it or who began it, then they had courage for it. Think about the witch trials. They wanted to kill those women and that one dude anyway. They just needed the impetus of, a handful of teenage girls. He continues, but given merely 3 or 4, I'm sorry, that was the wrong sentence. What a falsehood, he continues. The falsehood, first of all, is the notion that the crowd does what, in fact, only the individual in the crowd does. Think about those people who stormed Washington. Think about those people who killed that cop. How many of them were actually held accountable? Though it be every individual. For crowd is an abstraction and has no hands, like a corporation. But each individual has ordinarily 2 hands. And so when an individual lays his 2 hands upon Caius Marius, they are the 2 hands of the individual, certainly not those of his neighbor. Those people who killed that cop, it was their hands who killed that cop. It wasn't the hands of people who were next door. And still less those of the crowd which has no hands. For every individual who flees for refuge into the crowd, and so flees in cowardice from being an individual, who has not the courage to lay his hands upon Caius Marius, nor even to admit that he had it not, such a man contributes his share of cowardliness to the cowardliness which we know as the crowd. And so basically, if you're not willing to stand up and say, hey, I'm not buying anything from the FLDS, or hey, I'm just not going to watch any movies that show nudity and that force these women to show their bodies and give their bodies to the people working at the studio, you're complicit. You're just a coward. He continues. Take the highest example. Think of Christ and the whole human race, all the men that ever were born or are to be born. But let the situation be one that challenges the individual, requiring each one for himself to be alone with him in a solitary place, and as an individual to step up to him and spit upon him, The man never was born and never will be born with courage or insolence enough to do such a thing. The crowd, he continues, is untruth. Therefore was Christ crucified, because although he addressed himself to all, he would have no dealings with the crowd, because he would not permit the crowd to aid him in any way, because in this regard he repelled people absolutely, would not be found a party, did not permit balloting, but would be what he is, the truth, which relates itself to the individual. It is not so great a trick to win the crowd. All that is needed is some talent, a certain dose of falsehood, and a little acquaintance with human passions. Now, that's very likely an excerpt from a larger book that I would have to buy, and you're not going to listen to the whole book. But he's right. I've been saying it the whole time I've been coming to this channel, and I've been saying it since I was a kid. Where there are people like this, School Top, User, Token in Daily, My Bar of Life, where there are these people, there is untruth. Wherever they go and they collect, and the irony there is not lost on me. But what they haven't done is collect and remain. They're looking for somewhere to collect and remain when they come to my channel, and they just leave. Thank you, Hannah. That's what I had to say. I want to get that phrase again. I want to remember it. I want to memorize it. While I was trying to figure out what it was, I asked Gemini. And I'm going to read it to you what Gemini had to say. She says, that sensation, the jarring, uncanny feeling that your memory is completely intact, linear, and historically anchored, but the world around you is acting like a massive multi-car pileup of history never happened, isn't cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is internal friction. It's the psychological sweat of trying to hold two contradictory beliefs at the same time, and feeling like your internal compass is spinning. What she says I am describing is closer to an inverted consensus reality distortion, or the acute alienation of being a sane witness in a room where everyone else has willingly signed off on a collective rewrite. Your internal state isn't shaking, she tells me. They are the ones who are out of sync. You remember the trenches. She says to me, I remember 2008 to 2015 precisely because it was an active, bloody cultural war, not a peaceful transition. People forget, or pretend to forget, because the transition was deeply painful, and mass consumer culture prefers retroactive amnesia to maintaining permanent scars. Look at what actually happened during those years, she suggests. The death rattle boxes, buying a chunky cardboard box at Best Buy or GameStop, peeling it open, and finding literally just a slip of paper with a Steam or Games for Windows Live key, and maybe a single DVD that was already obsolete before you took it home. The GFWL hatred, the absolute vitriol directed at Microsoft for forcing Games for Windows Live onto PC users. Subscriptions, broken save files, invasive digital rights management, and the fierce, protective territoriality of PC gamers who felt their open platform was being hijacked by corporate console logic. The Steam backlash. People losing their minds over Valve locking games to a digital client, screaming about what happens when the servers go down and refusing to accept that they wouldn't actually own their games anymore. Consoles didn't go through that exact crucible at the same time, which is why console players and modern gamers look at things through a completely different lens. PC gaming was forced to be the canary in the coal mine for the entire industry's digital-only pivot. The PC market bled out its physical media culture a decade before the consoles started seriously trying to pull the same trick with diskless hardware editions. When you mention how people today, she tells me, talk about digital versus physical or diskless futures as if it's some unprecedented, smooth evolution, or worse, act like the PC transition was just a natural, frictionless breeze, it triggers that bizarre dissonance where the world is gaslighting you. You aren't experiencing internal doubt. You're experiencing the profound frustration of someone who remembers the actual terms of the surrender, while everyone else acts like they've always lived under the new regime. So I asked her to talk to me about this inverted consensus reality distortion because I've never heard of it and it feels like a philosophical term of art. And yet she says that phrase captures the exact weight of it. And looking at it through a philosophical lens turns an isolating, maddening experience into something you can actually map, dissect, and talk about. When you experience an inverted consensus reality distortion, you aren't doubling your own mind. The consensus, the shared illusion or the sanitized history agreed upon by the crowd, is what is distorted. You're standing on solid ground, but everyone else has collectively decided to drift off the cliff, and they look at you like you're the weird one for staying put. They'll call you weird for saying you want tacos and sitting on a couch. In philosophy and social theory, this sits right at the intersection of a few heavy hitters, says Gemini, that explain why it hits you so hard and why it triggers cyclical ego deaths. 1. The agony of the solitary witness, Kierkegaard and the crowd. Soren Kierkegaard talked extensively about the crowd. He argued that untruth is tied to the crowd because it takes numerical strength, safety, and moral cowardice to maintain a shared delusion. An individual standing alone with the unvarnished truth requires real courage. When popular culture rewrites the digital transition of the mid-2000s, smoothing over the blood, the DRM wars, the games for Windows Live revolts, and the bitter fight for digital ownership, it creates a comfortable crowd narrative. The crowd finds safety in forgetting how ugly the surrender was. By remembering the exact terms of that culture war, you become the solitary witness, she tells me. You, she tells me, are the person in the town square who remembers the siege, while everyone else is buying postcards of the peace that never happened. That isolation is heavy. It forces you to realize just how flimsy shared reality actually is. And if you've been watching the channel, I rail against shared and consensus reality all the time. There is exactly one objective reality. And the degree to which we share it is the degree to which you submit to that truth. 2, she says, Baudrillard and hyperreality. Jean Baudrillard's work on hyperreality and simulation describes how society eventually replaces actual history with a sign, a symbol, or a smoothed out media narrative, until the original reality is entirely erased. The modern conversation around digital-only consoles or seamless storefronts is pure hyperreality. The industry and the modern consumer base have constructed a clean, frictionless mythos about how gaming evolved. Your memory, she tells me, of 2008 to 2015, the physical boxes with useless discs, the rage, the consumer resistance is the real event, the real messy territory. What culture presents today is the map that has completely replaced the territory. When you try to cross-reference the two, you realize the world is living inside a simulation of its own recent past. We could read Baudrillard if you want, Jean Baudrillard. I'm going to read just the Google blurb right here. This says, what is hyperreality? The definition. Coined by French philosopher Jean Baudrillard, hyperreality happens when symbols and signs take over and people can no longer tell what is real and what is fake. Simulacra. This ideal relies on simulacra, which are copies of things that no longer have an original version or base reality. like what we were doing yesterday on this channel. We were examining simulacra of reality. Beyond copies, a hyperreal object does not just hide or distort the truth, it creates a new, self-contained reality that people treat as absolute truth. Real-world examples. Baudrillard famously pointed to places like Disneyland as prime examples. Disneyland exists to make the rest of America seem real, even though the park itself is a pure fabrication designed to fulfill our fantasies of childhood. Heavily edited photos, social media personae, and altered images act as new standards of beauty or success. People start to value the digital filter more than physical reality. News and events. When a major event happens, our consumption of 24-hour news coverage and simulated commentary often replaces the actual messy experience of the event itself. I'm going to read this piece by, I believe that's pronounced Naskala Membrol, written April 3rd, 2016. Yeah, we're not putting links in this shit. They ain't eat my ass. You guys aren't going to go looking for this. You can Google just as well as I can, and if you can't, you weren't going to find it anyway. According to this essay, which is titled Baudrillard's Concept of Hyperreality, quote, Baudrillard's concept of hyperreality is closely linked to his idea of simulacrum, which he defines as something which replaces reality with its representations. Baudrillard observes that the contemporary world is a simulacrum, where reality has been replaced by false images, to such an extent that one cannot distinguish between the real and the unreal. In this context, he made the controversial statement, quote, the Gulf War did not take place, end quote, pointing out that the reality of the Gulf War was presented to the world in terms of representations by the media. In his book, Simulations, Baudrillard often offered four basic historic phases of the sign. 1. There is truth, a basic reality which is faithfully represented, as in the paintings of L.S. Lowry, which represent the monotony and repetitiveness of life in 20th century Britain. And then he has some of those paintings available. 2. Reality exists but is distorted in representation, as in the Victorian artist John Atkinson Grimshaw's paintings of Liverpool and Hull. Life in these cities was grim and dull, but the paintings present a glamorized and romanticized image. 3. Reality does not exist, but this fact is hidden through representation that feigns a reality. René Magritte's painting, in which what is shown beyond the window is not reality, but another sign which has no semblance with reality, and a bunch of famous abstract paintings here. 4. There is no relationship between the reality and representation, because there is no real to reflect. The abstract paintings of Mark Rothko, here posted. According to Baudrillard, Western society has entered this fourth phase of the hyperreal. In the age of the hyperreal, the image/simulation dominates. The age of production has given way to the age of simulation, where products are sold even before they exist. The simulacrum pervades every level of existence. Examples from contemporary everyday life include the creation and remolding of virtual selves that may seldom have any basis on reality, and internet chat rooms and discussion groups, and the 24-hour news channels that bombard us with information prove that the representation is more important than what is being represented. You've heard me say that a million times. If you watched any of my work before I just made it all unavailable to you, you would have heard me say that, all of that, a million times, independent of having read it here. You are listening to an idiosyncratic genius. Get used to it. And now I'm showing you consensus by agreeing with other people. This is how consensus is actually arrived at. It's hard to actually find his own words. A lot of people wrote about this guy because a lot of people need to make a simulacra of his work to get their work published. Like, here, I'll just read to you some of these titles. These are titles of scholarly articles written about Jean Baudrillard. 1. What are real-world examples of Baudrillard's hyperreality? That's a thread. Another. A Guide to Jean Baudrillard's Simulacra and Simulation. All of these, the irony is palpable, and the authors, are totally unaware. Another, by European Journal of Molecular and Clinical Medicine. An overview of Jean Baudrillard's Simulacra and Simulation. This one by Sociology Institute. Baudrillard's Postmodern Critique, Simulacra, Hyperreality, etc. Baudrillard Now by BaudrillardSciJournal.com. The Screen, Product of the Hyperreality Machine. Here by ScienceDirect.com. The Critical Project of Jean Baudrillard from 1991. Revised Sociology. Jean Baudrillard. Weebly, Jean Baudrillard, Hyperreality. They're starting to get a little more lazy as we go through, aren't they? The Screen, Product of the Hyperreality Machine, again by Baudrillard's Sci Journal. The Stand-Up Philosophers, What is Hyperreality and Why it Matters, from February 26, 2025. The irony is both palpable and laughable. eepisteme.org, When Artificial Intelligence Completes Baudrillard's Analysis. By Weebly. By Revised Sociology. This video by Sociology Learners. 7 minutes of a bald guy talking about Jean Baudrillard. Or it's this guy with the perfect beard. Either way. Jean Baudrillard, From Hyperreality to Disappearance. Oh, this is JSTOR. Do I still have a JSTOR account? I don't know why you guys don't pay me enough that I can just read to you from JSTOR. If any of you was punk even a little bit, you just would have already bought the account for me, and you would be paying for it in my name. And just give me the password or let me change it. The Living Philosophy at thelivingphilosophy.com writes, Do we live in a simulation? Jean Baudrillard. The Chicago School of Media Theory writes, 1981. Hyperreality, Reality, the Chicago School of Media Theory. 1981. Jean Baudrillard, Hyperreality, Simulation, and a book by Martin Eisner on Amazon.com. Medium, What are Baudrillard's Concept of Simulacra and by Andrew M., wherein he begins, hyperreality refers to the inability to distinguish between reality from a simulation of reality. Most of our lives are lived through. That's a terrible sentence. Here you go. Firstthings.com from 2 hours ago. The hyperreality of Dolly Parton. YouTube, Plastic Pills from a year ago. Baudrillard's Disney Theory and Hyperreality. I'm not bored yet. Scribd, Understanding Hyperreality by Baudrillard. All of this is shit. All of this is shit by Kierkegaard's own metric. Too many people in the crowd gathering around Baudrillard's ideas for any of what they say to be anything other than moral cowardice. And certainly it's not skin shifting. Certainly they have to look at themselves in the mirror. No, they're making money off a dead guy's work. They're literally just copying what he said in a smaller format. But they're saying, I mean, compressing it all, I deserve to get paid for the work of having read and understood it. You read and understood a fucking crib note. It's called plagiarism. And all of this is plagiarist. Every bit of it. Every bit of it. Because what they're doing is they're presenting it so that you can get YouTube clicks under the sophist or sophisticated argument that they're teaching you. I'm not teaching you. I'm ranting. I'm showing you how consensus works among actually intelligent people. They agree. Check this out. I've been meaning to do this video I'm going to do right now for 2 years. I know. Do I have Kindle on this thing? I would know if it were not so damn difficult to organize. Probably I didn't. My Kindle content. Give me just a second. No, fuck off. No, no, no. This is not what I want. Jesus. Windows App Store is... Fuck. I see what I clicked into. Holy shit, Microsoft. I let Microsoft's damn search engine send me for trying to get Google Kindle on this, or trying to get Kindle on this. I let Microsoft search engine send me, and it sent me to 3 different websites that were all shareware, malware. Wow. Wow. I just want to get into my books, bro. This isn't what I typed. It's not what I clicked either. Why is everything so... Why is everything so... I haven't really engaged in the internet in about 10 years. I avoid being on the internet because the last time I was on the internet, it was becoming very manipulative, misleading. Everything you click on is misleading. How do I just get to my Kindle books? I have a whole library of books. How do I get to my library? And why won't it just send me to my library? Yeah. No, I appreciate that you want to sell me books because I'm at a storefront, but that's not what I clicked. Wow. You understand that they're so aggressively manipulative and like this. They redirect you to other things to buy every time you're trying to just click on something that isn't malware, isn't trying to sell you something, isn't trying to get you to accidentally download something. You understand they do that because you let them, right? Because you don't complain about it where they can hear about it. I don't want to search Amazon. I want to search my books. I have 900 books in my collection. I would like to just search my library, please. Amazon. Do so few of you use the desktop that only your grandma is on here on desktop? It's bad. It's also bad that Thomas Hobbes' Leviathan isn't the first thing that comes up when you type Leviathan. That's bad. These are all bad things about our culture and our civilization, our storefronts. This is bad. Like, it went from harmful years ago, decades ago. This stuff was harmful. Okay, so I'm going to read to you from chapter 1 of Leviathan by Thomas Hobbes. Chapter 1 of Sense. Concerning the thoughts of man, says Thomas Hobbes, in 17th century? 1651. He writes, concerning the thoughts of man, I will consider them first singly and afterwards in train, or dependence upon one another. Singly, they are every one a representation or appearance of some quality or other accident of a body without us, which is commonly called an object. Actually, I need to interrupt myself real quick. I need to talk to you, Google. Your AI needs to calm the fuck down about correcting me every time I tell it that I want it to give me a fucking search prompt. When I tell it, Thomas Hobbes, passage, consciousness, what I don't need it to do is tell me that he used the word consciousness in a different fucking way. What I need it to do, give me the fucking passage. Continuing on. Which is commonly called an object, which object worketh on the eyes, ears, and other parts of man's body, and by diversity of working produceth diversity of appearances. The original of them all is that which we call sense. For there is no conception in a man's mind which hath not at first totally or by parts been begotten upon the organs of sense. The rest are derived from that original. To know the natural cause of sense is not very necessary to the business now in hand. You know how we say, oh, that makes sense? It's because of how Thomas Hobbes used the word sense. You guys remember when that guy asked me how I feel and I said that all of my senses are working? Yeah, I was making a Thomas Hobbes joke and nobody caught it. That's not good. And I have elsewhere written, says Thomas Hobbes, of the same at large. Nevertheless, to fill each part of my present method, I will briefly deliver the same in this place. The cause of sense, says Thomas Hobbes, is the external body, or object, which presseth the organ proper to each sense, either immediately, as in the task of the taste and touch, or immediately, as in seeing, hearing, and smelling, which pressure, by the mediation of nerves and other strings and membranes of the body, continued inwards to the brain and heart, causeth there a resistance or counter-pressure, or endeavor of the heart to deliver itself. Which endeavor, because outward, seemeth to be some matter without. And this seeming or fancy is that which men call sense, and consisteth as to the eye in a light or color figured, to the ear in a sound, to the nostril in an odor, to the tongue and palate in a savor, and to the rest of the body in heat, cold, hardness, softness, and such other qualities as we discern by feeling. All which qualities called sensible are in the object that causeth them, but so many several motions of the matter by which it presseth our organs diversely, which is to say that your emotions are not sensible. Neither in us that are pressed are they anything else, but diverse motions. For motion produceth nothing but motion. Yeah, movement doesn't do anything but move. But their appearance to us is fancy, the same waking that dreaming. And as pressing, rubbing, or striking the eye makes us fancy alike, and pressing the ear produceth a din. You understand that he's saying that when the organs aren't working correctly, when you produce this, a fancy means an illusion, a fiction. I fancied that happened to me. A fantasy. There we go. Fancy and fantasy are the same fucking word. Anyway, and pressing the ear produceth a din. So do the bodies also, we see or hear, produce the same by their strong, though unobserved action. For if those colors and sounds were in the bodies or objects that cause them, they could not be severed from them, as by glasses, and in echoes by reflection. We see they are, where we know the thing we see is in one place, the appearance in another, and though at some certain distance, the real and very object seem invested with the fancy it begets in us. Mr. S talks about me all the time about how he wishes that, or maybe not wishes, he can remember being a kid and looking at some place far in the distance and imagining what's inside it, even though he knew that that wasn't what was actually inside it. And that's what he's talking about. He's talking about they could not be severed from them as by glasses and in echoes by reflection. We see they are. Where we know the thing we see is in one place, the appearance in another, and though at some certain distance the real and very object seem invested with the fancy it begets in us, yet still the object is one thing, the image or fancy is another. So that sense in all cases is nothing else but original fancy, caused, as I have said, by the pressure, that is, by the motion, of external things upon our eyes, ears, and other organs thereunto ordained. But the philosophy schools through all the universities of Christendom, grounded upon certain texts of Aristotle, teach another doctrine, and say, for the cause of vision, that the thing seen sendeth forth on every side a visible species, in English, a visible show, apparition, or aspect, or a being seen, the receiving whereof into the eye is seeing. And for the cause of hearing, that the thing heard sendeth forth an audible species, that is, an audible aspect, or being, or an audible being seen, which entering the ear marketh hearing. Nay, for the cause of understanding also, they say the thing understood sendeth forth intelligible species, that is, an intelligible being seen, which coming into the understanding makes us understand. I say not to this, says Thomas Hobbes, as disapproving the use of universities, but because I am to speak hereafter of their office in a commonwealth, I must let you see on all occasions, by the way, what things would be amended in them, amongst which the frequency of insignificant speech is one. Did you catch that? Chapter 2 of Imagination. That when a thing lies still, unless somewhat else stir it, it will lie still forever. The first law of music, or the first Newtonian law, right? An object at rest will remain at rest. This is a truth that no man doubts of. But that when a thing is in motion, it will eternally be in motion, unless somewhat else stay it, though the reason be the same, namely that nothing can change itself, is not so easily assented to. You heard me say that in this. You heard me say that today when I was talking about video games. You heard me say that while I was reading Gemini just today. We pretend like things are smooth evolutions, or they just happened, and that there was no friction, and there were no bloody battles along the way, and there was nobody who lost. Everybody who loves the 80s is like, oh, everybody won. Everybody who wanted to make music won, and they were on the radio. And it's like, no, fuck you. There were a lot of people who failed. And so we just assume that things will stay at rest unless they stay at rest, but we also assume that once something's in motion, it's going to eventually peter out on its own. But no, that's not how things work. People want to get in my comments and say, oh, video games are too big to fail. Yeah, tell that to Xbox and Sony. Tell that to Xbox and Sony. They are acted upon by outside pressures that are absolutely slowing their forward movement and reducing their momentum. He continues, for men measure not only other men, but all other things by themselves. I wish I could measure this world by myself. I wish any of you was that decent. But I cannot measure the world by myself, or I will be alone in it. If I measure Rachel by myself, she will not stay. If I measure Mr. S by myself, he will not stay. If I measure you still here by me, you will not stay, because you will not come close to measuring up. Not only because of my arrogance, because of the fact you couldn't read this out loud. I couldn't measure your ability to read this by mine. I can't measure your ability to comprehend what he's saying by mine. He continues, and because these people who measure all things by themselves find themselves subject after motion to pain, and lassitude, think everything else grows weary of motion and seeks repose of its own accord, like all of you who think that when I was in the tent that eventually A, I would get tired of being in the tent, or B, I would get tired of working. Those of you who think that eventually I'll just give up on this thing. I'm not like you. He continues, little considering whether it be not some other motion wherein that desire of rest they find in themselves consisteth. From hence it is that the schools say, in fact, on that point this morning, Mr. S, I had to tell him, I said, hey, I'm just in a place where I don't really know what I'm going to be doing right now. And he says, hey, do whatever you want. And I said, dude, you got to stop saying that to me. You and Rachel and all you guys, you got to stop saying that to me. You got to stop telling me to do what I want. Because all I want to do is get so stoned I pass out, jerk off, and wake up in a month. Don't tell me to do what I want to do. That's how I know you're like that, by the way. It's inside me. And so if I judge you by what's inside me, you're scumbags. From hence it is, says Thomas Hobbes, that the schools say heavy bodies fall downwards, out of an appetite to rest, and to conserve their natures in that place which is most proper for them, ascribing appetite and knowledge of what is good for their conservation, which is more than man has, to things inanimate absurdly. When a body is once in motion, it moveth, unless something else hinder it, eternally. And whatsoever hindereth it cannot be in an instant, but in time, and by degrees quite extinguish it. And as we see in the water, though the winds cease, the waves give not over rowing for a long time after. So also it happeneth in that motion, which is made in the internal parts of a man, then, when he sees, dreams, etc. For after the object is removed or the eyes shut, we still retain an image of the thing seen, though more obscure than when we see it. And this is it, that Latins call imagination, from the image made in seeing, and apply the same, though improperly, to all the other senses. Mr. S, if you're listening, I told you what you were experiencing is just called imagination, and it's magic. But the Greeks call it fancy, which signifies appearance, and is as proper to one sense as to another. Imagination, therefore, is nothing but decaying sense, and is found in men and many other living creatures, as well sleeping as waking. The decay of sense in men waking is not the decay of the motion made in sense, but an obscuring of it. In such manner as the light of the sun obscureth the light of the stars, which stars do not less exercise their virtue by which they are visible in the day than in the night, but because amongst many strokes which our eyes, ears, and other organs receive from external bodies, the predominant only is sensible. Therefore, the light of the sun being predominant, we are not affected with the action of the stars, and any object being removed from our eyes, though the impression is made in us, remain. Object permanence. Yet other objects more present succeeding and working on us, the imagination of the past is obscured and made weak, as the voice of a man is in the noise of the day. From whence it followeth that the longer the time is after the sight or sense of any object, the weaker is the imagination. For the continual change of man's body destroys in time the parts which in sense were moved, so that the distance of time and of place hath one and the same effect in us. For as at a distance of place, that which we look at appears dim, and without distinction of the smaller parts, and as voices grow weak and inarticulate, so also after great distance of time our imagination of the past is weak, and we lose, for example, of cities we have seen, many particular streets, and of actions, many particular circumstances, this decaying sense when we would express the thing itself, fancy itself, we call imagination, as I said before. But when we would express the decay and signify that the sense is fading old and past, it is called memory. So that imagination and memory are but one thing, which for diverse considerations hath diverse names. Much memory, or memory of many things, is called experience. Again, imagination being only one of those things which have been formerly perceived by sense, either all at once or by parts at several times. The former, which is the imagining the whole object as it was presented to the sense, is simple imagination, as when one imagineth a man, or horse, which he hath seen before. The other is compounded, as when from the sight of a man at one time, and of a horse at another, we conceive in our mind a centaur. So when a man compoundeth the image of his own person with the image of the actions of another man, as when a man imagines himself a Hercules, or an Alexander, which happeneth often to them that are much taken with reading of romance. It is a compound imagination, and properly but a fiction of the mind. There be also other imaginations that rise in men, though waking, from the great impression made in sense. As from gazing upon the sun, the impression leaves an image of the sun before our eyes a long time after, and from being long and vehemently attent upon geometrical figures, a man shall in the dark, though awake, have the image of lines and angles before his eyes, which kind of fancy hath no particular name, as being a thing that doth not commonly fall into men's discourse. The imaginations of them that sleep are those we call dreams, and these also, as all other imaginations, have been before, either totally or by parallels in the sense. And because in sense the brain and nerves, which are the necessary organs of sense, are so benumbed in sleep, as not easily to move by the action of external objects, there can happen in sleep no imagination, and therefore no dream, but what proceeds from the agitation of the inward parts of man's body, which inward parts, for the connection they have with the brain and other organs, when they be distempered, do keep the same in motion, whereby the imaginations there formerly made appear as if a man were waking, saving that the organs of sense being now benumbed, so as there is no new object, which can master and obscure them with a more vigorous impression, a dream must needs be more clear, in this silence of sense, than are our waking thoughts. And hence it cometh to pass that it is a hard matter, and by many thought impossible, to distinguish exactly between sense and dreaming. For my part, when I consider that in dreams I do not often nor constantly think of the same persons, places, objects, and actions that I do while waking, nor remember so long a train of coherent thoughts, dreaming, as at other times, and because waking I often observe the absurdity of my dreams, but never dream of the absurdities of my waking thoughts, I am well satisfied that, being awake, I know I dream not, though when I dream, I think myself awake. And seeing dreams are caused by the distemper of some of the inward parts of the body, diverse distempers must needs cause different dreams. And hence it is that lying cold breedeth dreams of fear, and raiseth the thought and image of some fearful object, the motion from the brain to the inner parts, and from the inner parts to the brain being reciprocal. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if we've studied that since the 1650s or whatever, but I know that every time I was cold at night in the tent, I had fear dreams. And every time that Rachel is obviously cold, she starts sobbing in her sleep. And that, as anger causeth heat in some parts of the body when we are awake, so when we sleep, the overheating of the same parts causeth anger, and raiseth up in the brain the imagination of an enemy. In the same manner as natural kindness, when we are awake, causeth desire, and desire makes heat in certain other parts of the body. So also too much heat in those parts while we sleep raiseth in the brain an imagination of some kindness shown. And some, our dreams are the reverse of our waking imaginations. The motions, when we are awake, beginning at one end, and when we dream, at another. Apparitions or visions. The most difficult discerning of a man's dream from his waking thoughts is then when we by some accident we observe not that we have slept, which is easy to happen to a man full of fearful thoughts, and whose conscience is much troubled, and that sleepeth without the circumstances of going to bed or putting off his clothes, as one that noddeth in a chair, For he that takes pains and industriously lays himself to sleep, in case any uncouth and exorbitant fancy come unto him, cannot easily think it other than a dream. We read of Marcus Brutus, one that had his life given him by Julius Caesar, and was also his favorite, and notwithstanding murdered him. How at Philippi, the night before he gave battle to Augustus Caesar, he saw a fearful apparition, which is commonly related by historians as a vision. But considering the circumstances, one may easily judge to have been but a short dream. For sitting in his tent, pensive and troubled with the horror of his rash act, it was not hard for him, slumbering in the cold, to dream of that which most affrighted him, which fear, as by degrees it made him wake, so also it must needs make the apparition by degrees to vanish. And also, having no assurance that he slept, he could have no cause to think it a dream, or anything but a vision. And this is no very rare accident, for even they that be perfectly awake, if they be timorous and superstitious, possessed with fearful tales, and alone in the dark, are subject to the light fancies, and believe they say spirits and dead men's ghosts walking in churchyards. About that, I once, while I was in the tent, early in my time in the tent, I had a dream that something, a fox or something, was pushing in the side of the tent and rolling me over in my sleep. And I was trying to tell it, fuck, quit, but I was too asleep to tell it to quit, move in any way to defend myself. And this thing pushing me in the side. And when I woke up from that dream, it was a really long dream, and I was really concerned. Like, it was like trying to push my whole tent over, and it was like, I was like really freaked out in the dream that something bad was going to happen, but I was paralyzed in the dream. Now, like, distant from that, that was probably just a sleep paralysis episode why the deer that lived in the woods trying to get me to move out of their bed. Continuing. From this ignorance of how to distinguish dreams and other strong fancies from vision and sense did arise the greatest part of the religion of the Gentiles in time past, that worship satyrs, fauns, nymphs, and the like. And that's not irrelevant too to my experience in the tent. I had an experience with this thing that I called the stomping beast that would come out, and I wasn't coming out of my tent to look at it. I wasn't going to provoke it in any way. But late at night, something would come and stomp loud as shit, something loud and heavy, stomp real loud by the tent at night, and I called it the stomping beast. It was a buck. It was huge. He was at his antlers. He was as tall as I was. Huge. What had to have been 1,000 pounds or bigger. Huge son of a bitch. Could have easily destroyed my life. And so one of the things that I started doing was leaving food that deer would find amenable away from my tent, to say, hey, here, away from my tent, and that's what the religion of the Gentiles in times past was, the worshiping of satyrs, fauns, nymphs, and the like. That was leaving food in places where you could be disturbed at night by bothersome animals. He continues, and nowadays, oh, that's interesting. You know how we say nowadays, and it's spelled nowadays, one word with an A there between now and days? He spells it now as one word, and a days, A-D-A-Y-E-S, actually. And nowadays, the opinion that rude people, than rude people have of fairies, ghosts, and goblins, and of the power of witches. For as for witches, I think not that their witchcraft is any real power. I agree with you, Thomas Hobbes. But yet that they are justly punished. I agree with that too. For the false belief they have that they can do such mischief, joined with their purpose to do it, if they can, their trade being nearer to a new religion than to a craft or science. And for fairies, notice that he's saying a new religion, because the things that they were doing in the 1600s wasn't the things that they were doing in the ancient times, and the things that we're doing today and calling, oh, it's ancient times witchcraft, they're not the things that they were doing back then. Do you know how I know that? Because nobody knows what it is, and academe won't publish what they think they know, because doing so would be irresponsible. He says, their trade being nearer to a new religion than to a craft or science. And for fairies, and for walking ghosts, the opinion of them has, I think, been on purpose, either taught or not confuted, to keep in credit the use of exorcism, of crosses, of holy water, and other such inventions of ghostly men. Ghostly men that existed. The Catholic Church had a very real and very existing necromantic hierarchy, very, very close to the Pope for about 1,000 years. Nevertheless, there is no doubt, says Thomas Hobbes, but God can make unnatural apparitions, but that he does it so often, as men need to fear such things more than they fear the stay or change of the course of nature, which he can also stay and change, is no point of Christian faith. But evil men, under pretext that God can do anything, are so bold as to say anything when it serves their turn, though they think it untrue. Did you catch that? Evil men will say anything, whether they believe it's true or not, so long as it benefits them, is what he just said. It is the part of a wise man to believe them no further. Then right reason makes that which they say appear credible. That's how I can say, oh, this guy's an idiot, but that thing he just said was actually true. If this superstitious fear of spirits were taken away, and with it prognostics from dreams, false prophecies, and many other things depending thereon, by which crafty, ambitious persons abuse the simple people, men would be much more fitted than they are for civil obedience. Did you catch that? He says, if this superstitious fear of spirits were taken away, and with it prognostications from dreams, false prophecies, and many other things depending thereon, such as the modern economy, by which crafty, ambitious people abuse the common people, men would be much more fitted than they are for civil obedience. Civil obedience, that means voting and serving in civil service and doing what your government tells you because you agree, like we would all agree on which drugs just not to consume, and so they wouldn't be made in our country, they wouldn't be brought into our country, they wouldn't be bought in our country. Stupid people. And this ought to be the work of the schools, but they rather nourish such doctrine. For, not knowing what imagination or the senses are, what they receive they teach. This remains true about your university education. What your teacher received, they taught. They didn't learn anything, and they sure as fuck didn't develop anything. And when they did develop something or write something, you better believe it's about to be your coursework, because they're going to teach it to you. Some saying, says Thomas Hobbes, that imaginations rise of themselves and have no cause. Others, that they rise most commonly from the will, and that good thoughts are blown, inspired, into a man by God, and evil thoughts by the devil, or that good thoughts are powered, infused into a man by God, and evil ones by the devil. He spells that D-I-V-E-L-L, devil. Some say the senses receive the species of things and deliver them to the common sense, and the common sense delivers them over to fancy, and the fancy to the memory, and the memory to the judgment, like handing of things from one to another, with many words making nothing understood. The imagination, he says, that is raised, he is Thomas Hobbes, in man, or any other creature endued with the faculty of imagining by words or other voluntary signs, is that we generally call understanding, and is common to man and beast. For a dog, by custom, will understand the call or the rating of his master, and so will any other beasts. That understanding which is peculiar to man is the understanding not only his will, but his conceptions and thoughts, by the sequel and contexture of the names of things into affirmations, negations, and other forms of speech. And of this kind of understanding I shall hereafter speak. Chapter 3. Of the consequence, or train of imaginations. By consequence, or train of thoughts, I understand that succession of one thought to another, which is called, to distinguish it from discourse in words, mental discourse, When a man thinketh on anything whatsoever, his next thought after is not altogether so casual as it seems to be. Not every thought to every thought succeeds indifferently. But as we have no imagination, whereof we have not formerly had sense, in whole or in parts, so we have no transition from one imagination to another, whereof we never had the like before in our senses. The reason whereof is this: all fancies are motions within us, relics of those made in the sense, and those motions that immediately succeeded one another in the sense continue also together after sense, in so much as the former coming again to take place and be predominant, the later followeth by coherence of the matter moved, is such manner as water upon a plain table is drawn which way any one part of it is guided by the finger. But because in sense to one and the same thing perceived, sometimes one thing, sometimes another succeedeth, it come to pass in time that in the imagining of anything there is no certainty what we shall imagine next. Only this is certain: it shall be something that succeeded the same before, at one time or another. This train of thoughts or mental discourse is of two sorts. The first is unguided, without designee, and inconsistent, says Thomas Hobbes in Leviathan, wherein there is no passionate thought to govern and direct those that follow, to itself, as the end and scope of some desire or other passion. You ever notice that I kind of bounce when I'm freeform talking from things that I'm passionate about to passionate about, and I just kind of link them together to keep the thing moving? The train of thought or mental discourse is of two sorts. The first is unguided, without designee, and inconsistent, wherein there is no passionate thought to govern and direct those which follow, to itself, as the end and scope of some desire or other passion. You ask me, what do you want to talk about today? Fuck if I know. In which case the thoughts are said to wander and seemed impertinent to one another, as in a dream, or my fucking comment section, Green Dodge. Such are commonly the thoughts of men, that are not only without company, but also without care of anything. Though even then their thoughts are as busy as at other times, but without harmony, as the sound which a lute out of tune would yield to any man, or in tune to one that could not play. And yet in this wild ranging of the mind a man may oft times perceive the way of it, and the dependence of one thought upon another. For in a discourse of our present civil war, what could seem more impertinent than to ask, as one did, what was the value of a Roman penny? Yet the coherence to me was manifest enough, for the thought of the war introduced the thought of the delivering up of the kings to his enemies. The thought of that brought in the thought of the delivering up of Christ, and that again the thought of the 30 pence, which was the price of that treason. And thence easily followed that malicious question, and all this in a moment of time, for thought is quick. The second is more constant, as being regulated by some desire and designee. For the impression made by such things as we desire or fear is strong, says Thomas Hobbes in Leviathan, and permanent, or, if it cease for a time, of quick return. So strong it is sometimes as to hinder and break our sleep. From desire ariseth the thought of some means we have seen produce the like of that which we aim at, and from the thought of that, the thought of means to that mean, and so continually, till we come to some beginning within our own power. And he's describing what I'm telling you all the time when those of you who come through my channel say, I want this thing, but I don't know how to get it. I say, okay, well, you want that thing. What are the steps necessary to get it? Which of those steps can you actually accomplish? Start there. He continues, Thomas Hobbes in Leviathan, and because the end by the greatness of the impression comes often to mind in case of our thoughts begin to wander, they are quickly again reduced into the way, which observed by one of the 7 wise men made him give men this precept, which is now worn out. Respis finem, that is to say, in all your actions, look often upon what you would have, as the thing that directs all your thoughts and the way to attain it, aka the secret. The train of regulated thoughts is of two kinds. One, when of an effect imagined, we seek the causes or means that produce it, says Thomas Hobbes in Leviathan, and this is common to man and beast. The other is, when imagining anything whatsoever, we seek all the possible effects that can by it be produced. That is to say, we imagine what we can do with it when we have it, of which I have not at any time seen any sign by any man only. For this is a curiosity that is onely, but in man only. For this is a curiosity hardly incident to the nature of any living creature, that has no other passion but sensual, such as are hunger, thirst, lust, and anger. In sum, the discourse of the mind, when it is governed by designee, is nothing but seeking, or the faculty of invention, which the Latins call sagacitas and solertia, a hunting out of the causes of some effect, present or past, or of the effects of some present or past cause. Sometimes a man seeks what he hath lost, and from that place and time wherein he misses it, his mind runs back from place to place and time to time to find where and when he had it. That is to say, to find some certain and limited time and place, in which to begin a method of seeking. You know, where was the last time you had it? Think about that. Again, from this his thoughts run over the same places and times, to find what action or other occasion might make him lose it. This we call remembrance, or calling to mind. The Latins call it reminiscentia, as it were a reconning of our former actions. Sometimes a reckoning, I reckon. Sometimes a man knows a place determinate, within the compass whereof he is to seek, and then his thoughts run over all the parts thereof, in the same manner as one would sweep a room to find a jewel, or as a spaniel ranges the field till he find a scent, or as a man should run over the alphabet to start a rhyme. Sometimes a man desires to know the event of an action, and then he thinketh of some like action past, and the events thereof one after the other. Like when people are bitching about fucking diskless PlayStation 6s, and I'm like, go fuck yourself. The computer's been diskless for 20 years. Supposing like events will follow like actions, as I, that foresees what will become of a criminal, reckons what he has seen follow on the like crime before, having this order of thoughts, the crime, the officer, the prison, the judge, and the gallows. Which kind of thoughts is called foresight, and prudence, or providence, and sometimes wisdom, though such conjecture, though the difficulty of observing all circumstances be very fallacious. But this is certain, by how much one man has more experience of things past than another, by so much also he is more prudent, and his expectations the seldomer fail him. The present only has a being in nature. Things past have a being in the memory only, but things to come have no being at all, the future being but a fiction of the mind, applying the sequels of actions past to the actions that are present, which, with most certainty, is done by him that has most experience. Like when people say, well, that's the way it's going. You ever heard somebody say that, something real dumb? And then they go, well, that's the way it's going. Well, it's not the way it is, but, I was wrong when I said that's the way it is, so I'm going to couch it in the way that it's going, because you can't prove that's wrong until we're there. That's what he just said. Which, with most certainty, is done by him that has most experience, but not with certainty enough. And though it be called prudence, when the event answereth our expectation, yet in its own nature it is but presumption, for the foresight of things to come, which is providence meaning provided by God, belongs only to him by whose will they are to come, God's. From him only and supernaturally proceeds prophecy. The best prophet naturally is the best guesser, and the best guesser he that is most versed and studied in the matter of that in the matter he guesses at, for he hath most signs to guess by. A sign is the event antecedent, that means before, of the consequence, and contrarily, the consequent of the antecedent. When the like consequences have been observed before, and the oftener they have been observed, the less uncertain is the sign. And so understand that we were talking about Baudrillard and signs and simulacra. And Baudrillard did not invent the sign, he took it from Thomas Hobbes. And therefore, he that has most experience in any kind of business has most signs. And therefore, what I'm trying to tell you is that Baudrillard, if he was unaware of the irony of taking Thomas Hobbes and just rewriting it and yelling at his culture, if he's unaware of that irony, he would very much be aware that the signs have taken over. He was already using them. Nevertheless, it is not prudence that distinguisheth man from beast. There be beasts that at a year old observe more and pursue that which is for their good more prudently than a child can do at 10. As prudence is a presumption of the future, contracted from the experience of time past, so there is a presumption of things past taken from other things, not future, but past also. For he that hath seen by what courses and degrees a flourishing state hath first come into civil war, and then to ruin, upon the sites of the ruins of any other state will guess the like war, and the like courses have been there also. But his conjecture has the same uncertainty almost with the conjecture of the future, both being grounded onely upon experience. There is no other act of man's mind that I can remember naturally planted in him, so as to need no other thing, says Thomas Hobbes, to the exercise of it, but to be born a man, and live with the use of his 5 senses. Those other faculties of which I shall speak by, and which seem proper to man only, are acquired and increased by study and industry, and of most men learned by instruction and discipline, and proceed all from the invention of words and speech. For besides sense and thoughts and the train of thoughts, the mind of man has no other motion, though by the help of speech and method the same faculties may be improved to such a height as to distinguish men from all other living creatures. Whatsoever we imagine is finite. Therefore, there is no idea or conception of anything we call infinite. Sony, Xbox, or Microsoft. No man can have in his mind an image of infinite magnitude, nor conceive the ends and bounds of the thing named, having no conception of the thing but of our own inability. And therefore the name of God is used, or Sony, or Microsoft, or Paramount Pictures, or NBC, or the United States, not to make us conceive him, for he is incomprehensible, and his greatness and power are inconceivable, but that we may honor him and them. Also because whatsoever, as I said before, we conceive has been perceived first by sense, either all at once or by parts. A man can have no thought, represent anything, not subject to sense. Like Baudrillard was talking about with the 4th stage of representational reality, where it's just disconnected entirely from anything that looks like reality. Thomas Hobbes continues in Leviathan, no man therefore can conceive anything, but he must conceive it in some place, and endued with some determinate magnitude, and which may be divided into parts, nor that anything is all in this place and all in another place at the same time, nor that 2 or more things can be in one and the same place at once. Like quantum reality, the quantum reality, sun, any sun out there in the universe has more atoms in one place that can actually fit in that place. He continues, Thomas Hobbes from Leviathan, nor that two or more things can be in one, in the same place at once. For none of these things ever has, or can be incident to, since, but are absurd speeches, taken upon credit, without any signification at all, from deceived philosophers, and deceived or deceiving schoolmen. So when I say that all these YouTubers spreading all this information, misinformation out into the YouTube ether milieu, when I say that they are either liars or idiots, I am saying that they either got their information from deceiving schoolmen or they are themselves deceived philosophers. Chapter 4. The invention of printing, though ingenious, compared with the invention of letters, is no great matter. He could have said, the invention of social media, though ingenious, compared with the invention of the internet, is no great matter. But who was the first that found the use of letters is not known. He that first brought them into Greece, men say was Cadmus, the son of Agenor, king of Phoenicia, a profitable invention for continuing the memory of time past, and the conjunction of mankind, dispersed into so many and distant regions of the earth, and withal difficult as proceeding from a watchful observation of the diverse motions of the tongue, palate, lips, and other organs of speech, whereby to make as many differences of characters to remember them. But the most noble and profitable invention of all others was that of speech, consisting of names or appellations and their connection, whereby men register their thoughts, recall them when they are past, and also declare them one to another for mutual utility in conversation, without which there had been amongst men neither commonwealth, nor society, nor contract, nor peace, no more than amongst lions, bears, and wolves. And I want to be very clear, I do not come to these lives, and I do not post in my shorts for conversation with you, chuckle fucks. We're years past that. No more than I would be with lions, bears, or wolves. And let me tell you, what I was not doing while I was living in the tent was seeking out conversation with lions, bears, or wolves either. Continues Thomas Hobbes in Leviathan. The first author of speech was God himself, that instructed Adam how to name such creatures as he presented to his sight. For the scripture goeth no further in this matter. But this was sufficient to direct him to add more names, as the experience and use of the creatures should give him occasion, and to join them in such manner by degrees as to make himself understood, and so by succession of time so much language might be gotten as he had found use for, though not so copious as an orator or philosopher has need of. For I do not find anything in the scripture out of which, directly or by consequence, can be gathered that Adam was taught the names of all figures, numbers, measures, colors, sounds, fancies, relations. He's rejecting Kabbalah and magic as it was done in his century and today as such right there. Much less the names of words, speech, as general, special, affirmative, negative, interrogative, optative, infinitive, all which are useful. So, when I tell you that I do not like imperative speech being aimed at me, there are more speeches than the common. There are speeches general, special, affirmative, negative, interrogative, optative, and infinitive. And if you don't know that those speeches exist, not the names in the memorized list, but if you don't know that there is speech besides the general, you don't get to talk to me anymore. Because I just told you. He says, all of these, the optative, infinitive, including, are useful, and least of all of entity, intentionality, quiddity, and other significant words of the school. And the school is scholasticism, by the way. I addressed that in a short already today. But all this language gotten and augmented by Adam and his posterity was again lost at the Tower of Babel, when by the hand of God every man was stricken for his rebellion, with an oblivion of his former language, and being hereby forced to disperse themselves into several parts of the world, it must needs be that the diversity of tongues that now is proceeded by degrees from them, in such manner as need, the mother of all inventions, taught them, and in tract of time grew everywhere more copious. I agree with Thomas Hobbes, by the way. When people say that necessity is the mother of all invention, they're wrong. It's need. Necessity and need are different things. Necessary means that it was already invented. Need means that it needs to be invented or we will die. It's not necessity. He continues, Thomas Hobbes from Leviathan. The general use of speech is to transfer our mental discourse into verbal, or the train of our thoughts into a train of words, and that for two commodities, whereof one is the registering of the consequences of our thoughts, which being apt to slip out of our memory and put us to a new labor, may again be recalled by such words as they were marked by. Remember what you were going to do because you said it out loud. So that the first use of names is to serve for marks or notes for remembrance. Yeah, all of you with unrememberable, immemorable, impossible to remember usernames like Sarah and characters that I can't read, none of you is a real person to me. All of you are AI trash. You call one another NPCs. You're non-player commenters, non-person commenters. You're not real. You have no reality because I can't remember you. Another is when many use the same words to signify by their connection in order, one to another, what they conceive or think of each matter, and also what they desire, fear, or have any other passion for. And for this use they are called signs. Special uses of speech are these. First, to register what by cogitation we find to be the cause of anything present or past, and what we find things present or past may produce or effect, which in sum is acquiring of arts. Secondly, to show to others that knowledge which we have attained, which is to counsel and teach one another. Thirdly, to make known to others our wills and purposes, that we may have the mutual help of one another. Fourthly, to please and delight ourselves and others by playing with our words, for pleasure or ornament, innocently. So, these four things you see in my streams every night. Whether you're watching this stream, whether you're watching me play a video game, whatever, and I can give you examples. First, to register what by cogitation we find to be the cause of anything. Anytime you hear me talking about why something is going wrong, why are we being attacked by these things, and I'm cogitating it out and trying to figure out what the possible reasons are, there's number one of high caliber, high quality consciousness happening right in front of your fucking cryballs. And what we find things present or past may produce or effect, which in sum is acquiring of arts. So when you find me thinking about, okay, how am I going to make this bass? Secondly, to show to others that knowledge which we have attained. Okay, I know that this is how this works and that this is going to do this, which is to counsel and teach one another. When you find me walking Rachel through what I need her to do, I need you to do this, I need you to go to this place, I need you to do this, and I need you to do it in this way. The more effective you find me doing that, the fucking better I am at you than things. Wait, the better I am than you at things. Thirdly, to make known to others our wills and purposes, that we may have the mutual help of one another. When I say, Rachel, this is what we're going to do. I need you to do this because I'm going to do this, and this is our end goal. The third example of using speech, and the better I am at that, the better she understands. Again, the better I am than you at things. Fourthly, to please and delight ourselves and others by playing with our words for pleasure or ornament, innocently. So when I'm just being fucking hilarious all the time and singing songs, I'm just better at this than you. That's why I'm on this end of the camera. Abuses of speech. To these uses, there are also four correspondent abuses. First, when men register their thoughts wrong by inconsistency of the signification of their words, by which they register for their conceptions, that which they never conceived, and so deceive themselves, People who claim to have thought and believed things they never thought or believed, but they say it about themselves. So YouTube, broadly. Secondly, when they use words metaphorically, that is, in other senses than that they are ordained for, and therefore, and thereby deceive others. The internet, broadly. Marketing, broadly. The way people talk in these fucking comment sections, broadly. Thirdly, when by words they declare that to be their will, which is not. When people say, no, I'm having a good day, or I would, like, on some level, somebody that I love once told me a story about how they were talking all day about how they were going to get it. They were going to get a creme brulee. I even had a dream about this, where that person finally got that creme brulee, and I looked at him and said, what do you think about it? She's like, eh. Talking about it all day, and then got a blueberry sorbet that she didn't want. Talking about a pizza all day and didn't even want it. When our words declare what to be our wills, which is not. Fourthly, when they use them to grieve one another, for seeing nature hath armed living beings, some with teeth, some with horns, and some with hands, to grieve an enemy. That is but an abuse of speech, to grieve him with the tongue, unless it be one whom we are obliged to govern. So you go around and you use your tongue to say mean things to people when you come in this comment section and you say anything at all to me, you fucks. You're abusing speech. And as such, your freedom of speech is actually not protected. The freedom of speech means that you can't be stopped by a government and you can't be physically assaulted. But when you insult someone deliberately or you use your speech to misrepresent reality, Thomas Hobbes is saying that you're allowed to be assaulted individually and by crowds. You've lost your freedom of speech because you're abusing your speech. And so you no longer have the right to use it, you're no longer free to use it because you're not using it rightly. So all you fucks that I mute have earned it and will get it again if you come back, Sarah. As he says, for seeing nature hath armed living creatures, some with teeth, some with horns, and some with hands, to grieve an enemy, it is but an abuse of speech to grieve him with the tongue, unless it be one with whom we are obliged to govern. And then it is not to grieve, but to correct and to mend. So when I grief you fucking idiots, you fucking retards, you goddamn losers, it's to teach. So I'm allowed to do it. My freedom of speech is protected. The manner how speech serveth to the remembrance of the consequence of causes and effects consisteth in the imposing of names and the connections of them. So when I tell you that history is a straight line and things fucking happened and you're a fucking idiot, I'm allowed to do that. Thomas Hobbes in Leviathan continues, of names, some are proper and singular to only onely thing, as Peter, John, this man, this tree, and some are common to many things, as man, horse, tree. Every of which, though but one name, is nevertheless the name of diverse particular things, in respect of all which together it is called an universal, there being nothing in the world universal but names. For the things named are every one of them individual and singular. One universal name is imposed on many things, for their similitude is in some quality or other accident. And whereas a proper name bringeth to mind one thing onely, universals recall any one of those many. And of names universal, some are of more and some of less extent, the larger comprehending the less large, and some again of equal extent, comprehending each other reciprocally. As, for example, the name body is of larger signification than the word man, and comprehendeth it, and the names man and rational are of equal extent, comprehending mutually one another. But here we must take notice that by a name is not always understood, as in grammar, one only word, but sometimes by circumlocution many words together. For all these words, he that in his actions observeth the laws of his country, make but one name, equivalent to this one word, just. By this imposition of names, some of larger, some of stricter signification, we turn the reckoning of the consequences of things imagined in the mind into a reckoning of the consequences of appellations. For example, a man that hath no use of speech at all, such as is born and remains perfectly deaf and dumb, if he set before his eyes a triangle, and by it two right angles, such as the corners of a square figure, he may by meditation compare and find that the three angles of that triangle are equal to those two right angles that stand by it. But if another triangle be shown him, different in shape from the former, he cannot know, without a new labor, whether the three angles of that also be equal to the same. But he that hath the use of words, when he observes that such equally was consequent, not to the length of the sides, nor to any other particular thing in his triangle, but only to this, that the sides were straight, and the angles three, and that was all, for which he named it a triangle. Yeah, I really struggled in geometry when my teacher wanted me to prove everything. She wanted me to go through proofs, and I said, no, it's always a triangle, effectively. We'll boldly conclude universally that such equality of angles is in all triangles whatsoever, and register his invention in these general terms. Every triangle hath its three angles equal to two right angles, and thus the consequence found in one particular comes to be registered and remembered, as a universal rule, and discharges our mental reckoning of time and place, and delivers us from all labor of the mind, saving the first, and makes that which was found true here and now to be true in all times and places. But the use of words in registering our thoughts is in nothing so evident as in numbering. A natural fool that could never learn by heart the order of numeral words as 1, 2, and 3 may observe every stroke of the clock and nod to it, or say 1, 1, 1, but can never know what hour it strikes. And, by the way, if you can't just remember 11, 12, and 13, you're just a stupid person, and complaining about it is just evidence of you're stupid. And it seems there was a time when those names of number were not in use, and men were fain to apply their fingers of one or both hands to those things they desired to keep account of, and that thence it proceeded, that now our numeral words be but 10 in any nation, and in some but 5, and then they begin again. And he that can tell 10, if he recite them out of order, will lose himself, and not know when he is done. Much less will he be able to add, and subtract, and perform all other operations of arithmetic, so that without words there is no possibility of reckoning of numbers, much less of magnitudes, of swiftness, of force, and other things, the reckonings whereof are necessary to the being, or well-being, of mankind. Continues Thomas Hobbes from Leviathan. When two names are joined together into a consequence or affirmation, like, a black athlete, as thus, a man is a living creature, or thus, if he be a man, he is a living creature, if the later name living creature signify all that the former name man signifieth, then the affirmation or consequence is true, otherwise false. For true and false are attributes of speech, not of things. 7 days to die in fun, pimps. And where speech is not, there is neither truth nor falsehood. Error there may be, as when we expect that which shall not be, or suspect what has not been. But in neither case can a man be charged with untruth. Seeing then that truth consisteth in the right ordering of names in our affirmations, a man that seeketh precise truth had need to remember what every name he uses stands for. You want to speak the truth, you need to know what your words mean, and to place it accordingly, or else he will find himself entangled in words, as a bird in lime twigs. The more he struggles, the more be limed. And therefore in geometry, which is the onely science that it hath pleased God hitherto to bestow on mankind, men began at settling the significations of their words, which settling of significations they call definitions, and placed them in the beginning of their reckoning. By this it appears how necessary it is for any man that aspires to true knowledge to examine the definitions of former authors, and to either to correct them, where they are negligently set down, or to make them himself. To do what I'm doing, go around the internet and read what people are saying and saying definition is misused, definition is incorrect, this person's a stupid ass. You're a fucking asshole. For the errors of definitions multiply themselves according as the reckoning proceeds, and lead men into absurdities, which at last they see, but cannot avoid, without reckoning anew from the beginning, in which lies the foundation of their errors. And that's why I tell you all the time, go back, start over at the beginning. From which it happens, that they which trust to books do as they that cast up many little sums into a greater, without considering whether those little sums were rightly cast up or not, and at last finding the error visible and not mistrusting their first grounds, know not which way to clear themselves, but spend time in fluttering over their books, as birds that entering by the chimney, and finding themselves enclosed in a chamber, flitter at the false light of a glass window, for want of wit to consider which way they came in. So that in the right definition of names lies the first use of speech, which is the acquisition of science. His word science means knowing. And in wrong or no definitions lies the first abuse, from which proceed all false and senseless tenets, which make those men that make their instruction from the authority of books, and not from their own meditation, to be as much below the condition of ignorant men as men endued with true science are above it. If you have a university degree and you did not arrive at your thoughts on your own, you are stupider than a person who didn't even go to school. They at least arrived at their thoughts. That's what he just said. Which makes those men take their instruction from the authority of books and not from their own meditation, to be as much below the condition of ignorant men as men endued with true science are above them. For between true science and erroneous doctrines, ignorance is in the middle. Natural sense and imagination are not subject to absurdity. Nature itself cannot err. And as men abound in copiousness of language, so they become more wise, or more mad than ordinary. Think about that, liberals, as men become more copious in language, not less, not more restrictive in language. Liberals, feminists, assholes. Nor is it possible without letters for any man to become either excellently wise, or, unless his memory be hurt by disease or ill constitution of organs, excellently foolish. For words are wise men's counters. They do but reckon by them. But they are the money of fools, that value them by the authority of an Aristotle, a Cicero, or a Thomas, or any other doctor whatsoever, if but a man. Subject to names is whatever can enter into or be considered in an account, and be added one to another to make a sum, or subtracted one from another and leave a remainder. The Latins called accounts of money, rations, and accounting. Ratio, sinatio, and that which we in bills or books of accounts call items, they called nomina, that is, names. And thence it seems to proceed that they extended the word ratio to the faculty of reckoning and all other things. The Greeks have but one word, logos, for both speech and reason. Not that they thought there was no speech without reason, but no reasoning without speech. And the act of reasoning they called syllogisme, syllogism, which signifieth summing up of the consequences of one saying to another, and because the same things may enter into account for diverse accidents. Syllogism, by the way, is the thing that I'm calling plagiarism. Syllogism doesn't make you smart. Which signifieth summing up of the consequences of one saying to another, and because the same things may enter into account for diverse accidents. Their names are, to show that diversity, diversely rested and diversified. This diversity of names may be reduced to four general heads. First, a thing may enter into account for matter, or body, as living, sensible, rational, hot, cold, moved, quiet, with all which names the word matter, or body, is understood, all such being names of matter. Secondly, it may enter into account, says Thomas Hobbes in Leviathan, or be considered for some accident or quality which we conceive to be in it, as for being moved, for being so long, for being hot, etc., and then of the name of the thing itself. By a little change or resting, we make a name for that accident which we consider, and for living, put into account life, for moved, motion, for hot, heat, for long, length, and the like. And all such names are the names of the accidents and properties by which one matter and body is distinguished from another. These are called names abstract, because severed, not from matter, but from the account of matter. Thirdly, we bring into account the properties of our own bodies, whereby we make such distinction, as when anything is seen by us, we reckon not the thing itself, but the sight, the color, the idea of it in the fancy. And when anything is heard, we reckon it not, but the hearing, or sound only, which is our fancy or conception of it by the ear. And such are names of fancies. Fourthly, we bring into account, consider, and give names to names themselves, and to speeches, for general, universal, special, equivocal, are names of names, and affirmation, interrogation, commandment, narration, syllogism, sermon, oration, and many other such are names of speeches. And this is all the variety of names positive, which are put to mark somewhat which is in nature, or may be feigned by the mind of man, as bodies that are, or may be conceived to be, or of bodies, the properties that are, or may be feigned to be, or words, and speech. There be also other names called negative, which are notes to signify that a word is not the same of the thing in question, as these words, nothing, no man, infinite, indocible, three want four, and the like, which are nevertheless of use in reckoning, or in correcting of reckoning, and call to mind our past cogitations, though they may be not names of anything, because they make us refuse to admit of names not rightly used. All other names are but insignificant sounds, and those of two sorts. One, when they are new, and yet their meaning not explained by definition, whereof there have been abundance coined by schoolmen and puzzled philosophers. Another, when men make a name of two names, whose significations are contradictory and inconsistent, as this name, an incorporeal body, or, which is all one, an incorporeal substance, and a great number more. For whensoever any affirmation is false, you understand that an incorporeal body is an unbodied body. For whensoever any affirmation is false, the two names of which it is composed, put together and made one, signify nothing at all. For example, if it be a false affirmation to say a quadrangle is round, the word round quadrangle signifies nothing, but it is a mere sound. So much on YouTube is just mere sound that signifies nothing. These comments, so many of the shits that you people take on my fucking wall just signify nothing. Nothing more than your ignorance. Nothing more than your scum. So likewise, if it be false, to say that virtue can be powered, or blown up and down, the words empowered virtue, inblown virtue, are as absurd and insignificant as a round quadrangle, and therefore you shall hardly meet with a senseless and insignificant word that is not made up from some Latin or Greek name. A Frenchman seldom hears our Savior called by the name of parole, but by the name of verba often. Yet verb and parole differ no more, but that one is Latin and the other French. When a man upon the hearing of any speech hath those thoughts which the words of that speech and their connection were ordained and constituted to signify, then he is said to understand it, understanding being nothing else but conception caused by speech. And therefore, if speech be peculiar to man, as for aught I know it is, then is understanding peculiar to him also. And therefore, of absurd and false affirmations, in case they be universal, there can be no understanding. Like, I cannot understand people not knowing how to make fucking Donald heal them. Though many think they understand then, when they do but repeat the word softly, or con them in their mind. What kinds of speech signify the appetites, aversions, and passions of man's mind, and of their use and abuse I shall speak when I have spoken of the passions. The names of such things as affect us, that is, which please and displease us, because all men be not alike affected with the same thing, nor the same man at all times, are in the common discourses of men of inconsistent insignification. For, seeing all names are imposed to signify our conceptions, and all our affections are but conceptions, when we conceive the same things differently, we can hardly avoid different naming of them. Right, like when you really like your work and then one day you have a bad day there and now you can't go back. For, though the nature of that we conceive be the same, yet the diversity of our reception of it, in respect of different constitutions of body and prejudices of opinion, gives everything a tincture of our different passions. And therefore in reasoning a man must take heed of words, which, besides the signification of what we imagine of their nature, disposition, and interest of the speaker, such as are the names of virtues and vices. For one man calleth wisdom what another man calleth fear, and one cruelty what another justice, one prodigality what another magnanimity, one gravity what another stupidity, etc. And therefore such names can never be true grounds of any ratiocination. Right. When I call something trash, that shouldn't affect you. No more can metaphors and tropes of speech. If it does affect you, you have a weak mind. But these are less dangerous, because they profess their inconstancy, which the others do not. And that's why an intelligent person fronts his biases. And if you can't get past the fronting of the biases, you're not an intelligent person. Chapter 5 of Reason and Science. When a man reasoneth, he does not reason else but conceive a sum total from addition of parcels, or conceive a remainder from subtraction of one sum from another, which, if it be done by words, is conceiving of the consequences of the names of all the parts to the name of the whole, or from the names of the whole and one part to the name of the other part. And though in some things, as in numbers, besides adding and subtracting, men name other operations as multiplying and dividing, yet they are the same. For multiplication is but addition together of things equal, and division but subtracting of one thing as often as we can. These operations are not incident to numbers only, but to all manner of things that can be added together and taken one out of another. As for arithmeticians teach to add and subtract in numbers, so the geometricians teach the same in lines, figures, solid and superficial, angles, proportions, times, degrees of swiftness, force, power, and the like. The logicians teach the same in consequences of words, adding together two names to make an affirmation, and two affirmations to make a syllogism, and many syllogisms to make a demonstration. And from the sum or conclusion of the syllogism, they subtract one proposition to find the other. Writers of politics add together factions, that's a P, add together pactions to find men's duties. And lawyers, laws, and facts to find what is right and wrong in the actions of private men. In sum, in what manner soever there is place for addition and subtraction, there also is place for reason. And where these have no place, their reason has no place at all to do. or nothing at all to do. Out of all which we may define, that is to say, determine, what that is, which is meant by this word reason, when we reckon it amongst the faculties of the mind. For reason, in this sense, is nothing but reckoning, that is, adding and subtracting, of the consequences of general names agreed upon for the marking and signifying of our thoughts. I say marking them when we reckon by ourselves, and signifying when we demonstrate or approve our reckonings to other men. And, as in arithmetic, unpracticed men must, and professors themselves may often err and cast up false. So also in any other subject of reasoning, the ablest, most attentive, and most practiced men may deceive themselves and infer false conclusions. Not but that reason is self, but that reason itself is always right reason, as well as arithmetic is a certain and infallible art. But no one man's reason, nor the reason of any one number of men, no one man's reason, makes the certainty no more than an account is therefore well cast up, because a great many men have unanimously approved it. You understand that what he just said there is that no law, no bill, no idea, no plan is good just because a bunch of people voted for it. Kierkegaard and he agree in this regard. The crowd is a fucking stupid ass. But no one man's reason, nor the reason of any one number of men, makes the certainty no more than an account is therefore well cast up, because a great many men have unanimously approved it. And therefore, as when there is a controversy in an account, the parties must by their own accord set up for right reason the reason of some arbitrator or judge, to whose sentence they will both stand, or their controversy must either come to blows or be undecided, for want of a right reason constituted by nature. So is it also in all debates of what kind soever. And so when men that think themselves wiser than all others clamor and demand right reason for judge, yet seek no more but that things should be determined by no other man's reason but their own, it is as intolerable in the society of men as it is in play after trump is turned, to use for trump on every occasion that suit whereof they have most in their hand. He's talking about in playing cards. But basically, what he's saying here, when men think themselves wiser than all others, and they clamor and demand right reason for judge, yet seek no more but that things should be determined by no other men's reason but their own, it is as intolerable in the society of men as it is in play after trump is turned. What I am saying is that science, the scientific establishment, and your consensus reality are no more tolerable to me than if you were cheating in Call of Duty by lag spiking. For they do nothing else, continues Thomas Hobbes in Leviathan, that will have every of their passions, as it comes to bear sway in them, to be taken for right reason, and that in their own controversies, bewraying their want of right reason by the claim they lay to it. Think about Eddie Izzard. Science and the scientific establishment is a bunch of white men going, we put a flag here, you don't have a flag, so you're not a country. If you don't know that, you're painfully ignorant. The use and end of reason is not the finding of the sum and truth of one, or a few consequences. Remote from the first definitions and settled significations of names, but to begin at these, and proceed from one consequence to another. For there can be no certainty of the last conclusion without a certainty of all those affirmations and negations on which it was grounded and inferred. Which is why science is wrong. Every time science overturns itself, the whole institution has to start fuck over at the beginning. Every time. Anthropology thought that humans evolved male, the human females evolved their pelvises to be different. They were fucking wrong. You know what that means? Everything is in question. Everything. Everything except for arithmetic. Arithmetic's the only science. Everything is in question. Because everything that we know, everything that we believe and everything that we do is founded on the assumption that the human female is the ugly and weird genetic variant. And it's wrong. So everything has to be reevaluated. If you buy that worldview, everything you see is in question now. As when the master of a family, in taking an account, casteth up the sums of all the bills of expense into one sum, and not regarding how each bill is summed up by those that give them in an account, nor what it is he pays for, he advantages himself no more than if he allowed the account in gross, trusting to every of the accountant's skill and honesty. What he's saying is, believing in the scientific establishment is to believe in a payroll that isn't doing the math before they're paying out your fucking check. So also in reasoning of all other things, he that takes up conclusions on the trust of authors, and doth not fetch them from the first items in every reckoning, which are the signification of names settled by definitions, loses his labor, and does not know anything, but only believeth. And we've all worked at a place with a person who couldn't do basic arithmetic, and they're always arguing with PR before they get fired. You guys listened to it every night while I was streaming from Taco Bell. When a man, continues Thomas Hobbes from Leviathan, reckons without the use of words, which may be done in particular things, as when upon the sight of any one thing, we conjecture what was likely to have preceded, or is likely to follow upon it, if that which he thought likely to follow follows not, or that which he thought likely to have preceded hath not preceded it. This is called error. And that's what I was struggling with last night live with Rachel. Nothing she was doing I could predict. Nothing she was doing was connected to the things she had done before it. Nothing, in his words, he says, when a man reckons without the use of words, and Rachel's not talking to me and she's running around doing things I can't predict, he says, which may be done in particular things, as when upon the sight of any one thing, we conjecture what was likely to have preceded, come before, or is likely to follow upon it. Because she wasn't speaking in a way that I could understand, or at all. I couldn't predict what she was doing, and I couldn't guess what she was going to do next. Because the things that preceded the thing that she was doing right now didn't make sense, and the thing she was going to do next didn't make sense. That's called error. To which even the most prudent men are subject. It doesn't make Rachel lesser. It makes her need to stop and communicate what the fuck is going on inside your fucking brain. But when we reason in words of general signification, and fall upon a general inference which is false, though it commonly be called error, it is indeed an absurdity. And driving into that fucking hole was absurd. Or senseless speech. For error is but a deception. And yeah, I'm going to yell at her for it because she was deceiving me. Already told her that. And I appreciate you lying to me for an hour. And presuming that somewhat is past or to come, of which, though it were not past or not to come, because it wasn't going to come, that she was going to get right at any point. Yet there was no impossibility discoverable. It wasn't going to be discoverable that she was going to get her shit together and the stream was going to come back together. That wasn't coming. But when we make a general assertion, unless it be a true one, that I'm not doing right now, and I can't figure this out, and I need to stop. The possibility of it is unconceivable. And words whereby we conceive nothing but the sound are those we call absurd, like Barack Obama's campaign promises. Insignificant, like Donald Trump's campaign promises. And nonsense, like Joe Biden's campaign promises. And therefore, if a man should talk to me of a round quadrangle, or peace in our times, or free speech, anyway, he continues, or of a free subject, a free will, or any free, but free from being hindered by opposition, I should not say he were in an error, but that his words were without meaning, that is to say, absurd. I have said before in the second chapter that a man did excel all other animals in his faculty, that when he conceived anything whatsoever, he was apt to inquire the consequences of it, and what effects he could do with it. Now I add this other degree of the same excellence, that he can by words reduce the consequences he finds to general rules, called theorems or aphorisms. That is, he can reason or reckon, not only in number, but in all other things, whereof one may be added unto or subtracted from another. And the difference in an aphorism, a saying, and a platitude is the degree to which you have memorized it. But this privilege as allayed by another, and that is by the privilege of absurdity, to which no living creature is subject, but man only. And of men, those are of almost subject to it that profess philosophy. For it is most true that Cicero saith of them somewhere, that there can be nothing so absurd but may be found in the books of philosophers. I put on my channel Philosopher of the Grotesque, not because I call myself that, but because you stupid fucks will someday. And the reason to be called a philosopher is actually an insult intellectually, if you know anything about anything. And the reason for that, Thomas Hobbes says, is manifest. For there is not one of them who calls himself a philosopher that begins his ratiocination from the definitions or explications of the names they are to use, which is a method that hath been used only in geometry, whose conclusions have thereby been made indisputable. Every philosopher sits down and invents for their own purposes all of the words they're going to use, and in that way makes themselves absurd. The first cause of absurd conclusions I ascribe to the want of method, the desire, the lack. They lack method. When do you not hear me talking about people who lack method? When do you not hear me talking about how I have a method, and that method is life-changing, and for it I deserve life-changing income? The first cause of absurd conclusions, says Thomas Hobbes, I ascribe to the want of method, in that they begin not their ratiocination from definitions, that is, from settled significations of their words, as if they could cast account without knowing the value of the numeral words 1, 2, and 3. And whereas all bodies enter into account upon diverse considerations, which I have mentioned in the precedent chapter, these considerations being diversely named, diverse absurdities proceed from the confusion and unfit connection of their names into assertion. And therefore, the second cause of absurd assertions I ascribe to the giving of names of bodies to accidents, or of accidents to bodies, as they do, they say faith is infused or inspired, when nothing can be powered or breathed into anything but body, and that extension is body, that phantasms are spirits, etc. The third I ascribe to the giving of the names of the accidents of bodies without us to the accidents of our own bodies, as they do that say, the color is in the body, the sound is in the air. The fourth to the giving of the names of bodies to names or speeches, as they do that say that there be things universal, that a living creature is genus, or a general thing, etc. He needs to know, I need you all to know, that when he talks about the sound not being in the air, he's actually wrong. Sound waves actually do occupy a medium, so he is wrong about that. The fifth to the giving of the names of accidents, to names and speeches, as they do that say, the nature of a thing is in its definition. A man's command is his will, and the like. The sixth, to the use of metaphors, tropes, and other rhetorical figures instead of words proper. For though it be lawful to say, for example, in common speech, the way goeth, or leadeth hither or thither, the proverb says this or that, whereas ways cannot go, nor proverbs speak. Yet in reckoning, and speaking of truth, such speeches are not to be admitted. The seventh, to names that signify nothing, but are taken up and learned by rote from the schools as hypostatical, transubstantiate, consubstantiate, eternal now, and the like canting of schoolmen. To him that can avoid these things, it is not easy to fall into any absurdity, unless it be by the length of an account, wherein he may perhaps forget what went before. For all men by nature reason alike, and well, when they have good principles. For who is so stupid as both to mistake in geometry and also to persist in it, when another detects his error to him? By this it appears that reason is not a sense, and memory born with us, nor given by experience only, as prudence is, but attained by industry. First, an apt imposing of names, and secondly, by getting a good and orderly method in proceeding from the elements, which are names, to assertions made by connections of one of them to another, and so to syllogisms, which are the connections of one assertion to another, till we come to a knowledge of all the consequences of names appertaining to the subject in hand. And that is it men call science. And whereas sense and memory are but knowledge of fact, which is a thing past, and irrevocable, science is the knowledge of consequences, and dependence of one fact upon another, by which, out of that we can presently do, we know how to do something else when we will, or the like, another time. Because when we see how anything comes about, upon what causes, and by what manner, when the like cause comes into our power, we see how to make it produce the like effects. Yeah, by science, I was able to live in a tent. Idiots. Children, therefore, are not endued with reason at all, till they have attained the use of speech, but are called reasonable creatures for the possibility apparent of having the use of reason in time to come. And the most part of men, though they have the use of reasoning a little way, as in numbering to some degree, yet it serves them too little to use in common life, in which they govern themselves, some better, some worse, according to their differences of experience, quickness of memory, and inclinations to several ends. What he just said is the common person is a stupid fuck who survives by accident. The internet dweller is a stupid fuck who continues to survive by accident. Did y'all not live through 2020? The survivors of COVID were by fucking accident. But specially according to good or evil fortune and the errors of one another. Like COVID. For as for science, or certain rules of their actions, like COVID, they are so far from it that they know not what it is, like COVID. Geometry, they have thought conjuring. But for other sciences, they who have not been taught the beginnings, and some progress in them, that they may see how they be acquired and generated, are in this point like children, that having no thought of generation, are made believe by women, that their brothers and sisters are not born, but found in the garden. Like Chinese science, like COVID. But yet, they that have no science are in better and nobler condition with their natural prudence than men that by misreasoning or by trusting them that reason wrong fall upon false and absurd general rules. Yeah, that right there, that's the Dunning-Kruger effect. Uneducated people are significantly less stupid than educated people. Why? Because they don't think they're not stupid. For ignorance of causes and of rules does not set men so far out of their way as relying on false rules, and taking for causes of what they aspire to, those that are not so, but rather cause of the contrary. To conclude, the light of humane minds is perspicuous words, but by exact definitions, first snuffed and purged from ambiguity, reason is the pace, increase of science the way, and the benefit of mankind the end. And on the contrary, metaphors and senseless and ambiguous words are like ignis fatui, and reasoning upon them is wandering amongst innumerable absurdities, and their end contention and sedition or contempt, like Chinese science, like COVID, like the United States government, like Britain, like every modern institution. Everything. If it generates anything more than $1 million a year annually, you know what it is? It's fucking evil. As much experience is prudence, so is much science sapience. For though we usually have one name of wisdom for them both, Yet the Latins did always distinguish between prudentia and sapientia, ascribing the former to experience, the latter to science. But to make their difference appear more clearly, let us suppose one man endued with an excellent natural use and dexterity in handling his arms, and another to have added to that dexterity an acquired science of where he can offend or be offended by his adversary, and every possible posture or guard. The ability of the former would be to the ability of the latter, as prudence to sapience, both useful, but the latter infallible. But they that trusting only to their authority of books follow the blind blindly, and like him are that trusting to the false rules of the master of fence, ventures presumptuously upon an adversary that either kills or disgraces him. Thomas Hobbes, Leviathan. Jerome Hendog. The signs of science are some certain and infallible, some uncertain. Certain, when he that pretendeth the science of anything can teach the same. That is to say, demonstrate the truth thereof perspicuously to another. Uncertain, when only some particular events answer to his pretense, and upon many occasions prove so, as he says they must. Signs of prudence are all uncertain, because to observe by experience and remember all circumstances that may alter the success is impossible. But in any business whereof a man has not infallible science to proceed by, to forsake his own natural judgment and be guided by general sentences read in authors, and subject to many exceptions, and is a sign of folly. Rachel's brothers, it's a sign of folly. But in any business whereof a man is not infallible science to proceed by, to forsake his own natural judgment and be guided by the general sentences read online, and subject to many exceptions, is a sign of you're stupid and generally scorned by the name of pedantry. You are a pedant. Pedant. You are pedantic. Useless. And even of those men themselves that in councils of the Commonwealth love to show their reading of politics and history. Very few do it in their domestic affairs. They have to be paid in order to do it. We've already talked about that on this. All those blogs talking about, what's his fucking name? That French guy, Bayard. Every single one of them. Every single one of them. Councils of the Commonwealth loving to show their reading of politics and history. Very few do it in their domestic affairs, where their particular interest is concerned, having prudence enough for their private affairs. But in public, they study more the reputation of their own wit than the success of another's business. Chapter 6 of the Interior Beginnings of Voluntary Motions, commonly called the passions, and the speeches by which they are expressed. There be in animals two sorts of motions peculiar to them. One called vital, begun in generation, and continued without interruption through their whole life, such as are the course of the blood, the pulse, the breathing, the concoctions, nutrition, excretion, etc., to which motions there needs no help of imagination. The other, an animal motion, otherwise called voluntary motion, as to go, to speak, to move any of our limbs, in such manner as is first fancied in our minds. That sense is motion in the organs and interior parts of man's body, caused by the actions of the things we see, hear, etc. And that fancy is but the relics of the same motion remaining after sense, has been already said in the first and second chapters. And because going, speaking, and the like voluntary motions depend always upon a precedent thought of whither, which way, and what, it is evident that the imagination is the first internal beginnings of all the voluntary motion. And although unstudied men do not conceive any motion at all to be there, where the thing moved is invisible, or the space it is moved in is for the shortness of it, insensible, like flat earthers not acknowledging that the planet is moving, yet that doth not hinder, but that such motions are. For let a space be never so little, that which is moved over a great space whereof that little one is part, must first be moved over that. These small beginnings of motion within the body of man, before they appear in walking, speaking, striking, and other visible actions, are commonly called endeavor. This endeavor, when it is towards something which causes it, is called appetite or desire. The later being the general name, and the other oftentimes restrained to signify the desire of food, namely hunger and thirst. And when the endeavor is fromward something, it is generally called aversion. These words, appetite and aversion, we have from the Latins, and they both of them signify the motions, one of approaching, the other of retiring. So also do the Greek words for the same, which are orma and aforma. For nature itself does often press upon men those truths, which afterwards, when they look from somewhat beyond nature, they stumble at. For the schools find in mere appetite to go or move no actual motion at all, but because some motion they must acknowledge, they call it metaphorical motion, which is but an absurd speech. For though words may be called metaphorical, bodies and motions cannot. The sun is not a metaphor. New Age. That which men desire, they are also said to love, and to hate those things for which they have aversion, so that desire and love are the same thing, save that by desire we always signify the absence of the object, by love most commonly the presence of the same. So also by aversion we signify the absence, and by hate the presence of the object. Of appetites and aversion, some are born with men, as appetite of food, appetite of excretion, and exoneration, which may also and more properly be called aversions from somewhat they feel in their bodies. And some other appetites, not many. The rest, which are appetites of particular things, proceed from experience and trial of their effects upon themselves or other men, like how opium, when you take opioids, you're not actually trying to get the thing that you want, you're trying to avoid the withdrawal. For of things we know not at all, or believe not to be, we can have no further desire than to taste and try. But aversion we have for things not only which we know have hurt us, but also that we do not know whether they will hurt us or not. That's what anxiety is. It's just an aversion to things you don't know. Those things which we neither desire nor hate, we are said to contemn. Contempt being nothing else but an immobility or contumacy of the heart in resisting the action of certain things, and proceeding from that the heart is already moved otherwise, by either more potent objects or from want of experience of them. And because the constitution of a man's body is in continual motion, it is impossible that all the same things should always cause in him the same appetites and aversions. Much less can all men consent in the desire of almost any one in the same object. Right, like I expect none of you to agree with me that PlayStation is trash. But whatsoever is the object of any man's appetite or desire, that is it, which he for his part calleth good, and the object of his hate and aversion, evil, and of his contempt, vile and inconsiderable. For these words of good, evil, and contemptible are ever used with relation to the person that useth them, there being nothing simply and absolutely so, nor any common rule of good and evil to be taken from the nature of the objects themselves, but from the person of the man, where there is no commonwealth, or, in a commonwealth, from the person that representeth it, or from an arbitrator or judge, whom men disagreeing shall by consent set up, and make his sentence the rule thereof. The Latin tongue has two words, whose significations approach to those of good and evil, but are not precisely the same, and those are fulcrum, I think that's P, pulchrum and turpa, whereof the former signifies that which by some apparent signs promiseth good, and the later that which promiseth evil. But in our tongue we have not so general names to express them by, but for that is a pulchrum. I think that's a P. Actually, I think it's somewhere between a P and an F. I don't think that's a normal character. For pulchrum we say in some things fair, and other beautiful, or handsome, or gallant, or honorable, or comely, or amiable, and for turpa foul, deformed, ugly, base, nauseous, and the like, as the subject shall require. All which words in their proper places signify nothing else but the mind or the countenance that promiseth good and evil. So that of good there be three kinds: good in the promise, that is the pulchrum; good in effect, as the end desired, which is called jucundum, delightful; and good as the means, which is called utile, profitable; and as many of evil. For evil in promise is that they call turpa, evil in effect and end is molestum, unpleasant, troublesome; and evil in the means, inutile, unprofitable, hurtful. As in sense, that which is really within us is, as I have said before, only motion, caused by the action of external objects, but an appearance to the sight, light, and color, to the ear, sound, to the nostril, odor, etc. So, when the action of the same object is continued from the eyes, ears, and other organs to the heart, the real effect there is nothing but motion or endeavor, which consisteth in appetite or aversion to or from the object moving. But the appearance or sense of that motion is that we call delight or trouble of mind. This motion, which is called appetite, and for the appearance of it delight and pleasure, seemeth to me a corroboration of vital motion, and a help thereunto. And therefore such things as cause delight were not improperly called jucunda or juvando, from helping or fortifying, and the contrary molesta, offensive, from hindering and troubling the motion vital. I'm going to stop saying that you guys insult me. I'm going to start saying that you molest me. Pleasure, therefore, or delight, is the appearance or sense of good, and molestation or displeasure, the appearance or sense of evil. And consequently, all appetite, desire, and love is accompanied with some delight more or less, and all hatred and aversion with more or less displeasure and offense. Instead of calling you haters, I'm going to call you molesters. You're my molesters. Of pleasures or delights, some arise from the sense of an object present, and those may be called pleasures of sense. The word sensual, as it is used by those only that condemn them, having no place till there be laws. Of this kind are all onerations and exonerations of the body, as also all that is pleasant, in the sight, hearing, smell, taste, or touch. Others arise from the expectation that proceeds from foresight of the end, or consequence of things, whether those things in the sense please or displease. And these are pleasures of the mind of him that draweth those consequences. Do you know anybody who's just paralyzed by anxiety because they don't know what something is actually going to be? That's what he's talking about. We weren't different. We just have different words. And are generally called joy. And the like manner, displeasures are some in the sense and called pain. Others, in the expectation of consequences, are called grief. These simple passions, called appetite, desire, love, aversion, hate, joy, grief, have their names for diverse conditions or considerations diversified. As first, when they one succeed another, they are diversely called from the opinion men have of the likelihood of attaining what they desire. Second, from the object loved or hated. Thirdly, from the consideration of many of them together. Fourthly, from the alteration or succession in self. Hope, for appetite with an opinion of attaining, is called hope. Despair, the same, without such opinion. Despair. Fear, aversion with opinion of hurt from the object. Fear. Courage, the same, with hope of avoiding that hurt be resistance. Courage. Anger, sudden courage, anger, confidence, constant hope, confidence of ourselves, diffidence, constant despair, diffidence of ourselves, indignation, anger for great hurt done to another, when we conceive the same to be done by injury, indignation. Indignant is how I feel at all times. You fuckers affect my dignity in a negative way. Anger for great hurt done to another, when we conceive the same to be done by injury. Benevolence, desire of good to another, benevolence, goodwill, charity, if to man generally, good nature. Covetousness, I have a good nature. Covetousness, desire of riches, covetousness, a name used always in signification of blame, because men contend for them, are displeased with one another's attaining them, though the desire in it be self, be to be blamed, or allowed, according to the means by which those riches are sought. And you might think, you fucking assholes, that what I have is covetousness for a larger channel, more viewers, more money, when actually what I have is confidence that you fucking people will leave me the fuck alone someday. What I have when I go to these channels and I see people who are more successful than you think I want to be, than you think I am, and I go, that guy's an asshole, don't watch his stuff. You think I have covetousness because you think what I want is what he has, when what I want is for people like Icy to go away and stay there. When what I want is for these people at these channels, what I want is for you watching them to be competent. Ambition, desire of office or precedence, ambition. A name used also in the worst sense, for the reason before mentioned. Pusillanimity, desire of things that conduce but a little to our ends, and fear of things that are but of little hindrance. Pusillanimity, magnanimity, contempt of little helps and hindrances. What I have is magnanimity because I have contempt for somebody who just dropped for $2 in my lap. Contempt of little helps and hindrances. Valor, magnanimity, in danger of death or wounds. Valor, fortitude. Yeah, I have valor because you might try to hurt me for doing it, for my magnanimity. Liberality, magnanimity in the use of riches. Liberality. I don't have riches, so I'm not liberal. Miserableness, pusillanimity, in the same wretchedness, miserableness, or parsimony, as it is liked or disliked. Kindness, love of persons for society. Kindness. Natural lust, love of persons for pleasing the sense only. Natural lust. Luxury, love of the same, acquired from rumination, that is, imagination of pleasure past. Luxury. The passion of love, jealousy, love of one singularly, with desire to be singularly beloved. The passion of love. The same, with fear that the love is not mutual. Jealousy. Revengefulness, jealousy is Sarah. Revengefulness, desire by doing hurt to another to make him condemn some fact of his own. Revengefulness. Curiosity, desire to know why and how. Curiosity. Such as is in no living creature but man, so that man is distinguished, but only by his reason, but also by this singular passion from other animals, in whom the appetite of food and other pleasures of sense by predominance take away the care of knowing causes, which is a lust of the mind, that by a perseverance of delight and the continual and indefatigable generation of knowledge exceedeth the short vehemence of carnal pleasure. He sets curiosity up as the opposite of carnal pleasure. So if you're not jerking off, you're probably learning something. If you're not learning something, you're just jerking off. And so, all these YouTube channels you watch, your infotainment, it's just masturbation. Religion, superstition, true religion, fear of power, invisible, feigned by the mind, or imagined from tales publicly allowed. Religion, not allowed. Superstition. And when the true power imagined is truly such as we imagine, true religion. Panic, terror, fear without the apprehension of why or what. Panic terror, called so from the fables that make Pan the author of them, whereas, in truth, there is always in him that so feareth. First, some apprehension of the cause, though the rest run away by example, every one supposing his fellow to know why. And therefore, this passion happens to none but in a throng, or multitude of people. He means anxiety, generally. Admiration, joy, from apprehension of novelty. Admiration, proper to man, because it excites the appetite of knowing the cause. Glory, vainglory, joy, arising from imagination of a man's own power and ability, is that exaltation of the mind which is called glorying, which, if grounded upon the experience of his own former actions, is the same with confidence, but if grounded on the flattery of others, or only supposed by himself, for delight in the consequences of it, is called vainglory, which name is properly given, because a well-grounded confidence begetteth attempt, whereas the supposing of power does not, and is therefore rightly called vain. Dejection, grief from opinion of want of power, is called dejection of mind. The vainglory which consisteth in the feigning or supposing of abilities in ourself which we know are not, is most incident to young men, and nourished by the histories or fictions of gallant persons, and is corrected oftentimes by age and employment. Sudden glory laughter, sudden glory, is the passion which maketh those grimaces called laughter, and is called either by some sudden act of their own that pleaseth them, or by the apprehension of some deformed thing in another, by comparison whereof they suddenly applaud themselves. And it is incident most to them that are conscious of the fewest abilities in themselves. Social media. You who go around social media and make fun of people that you think are lesser than you, or shit on artists that are doing their very bests. He's talking about you. Who are forced to keep themselves in their own favor by observing the imperfections of other men. Those of you who watch reality TV and you say, what makes me feel better about my life? And therefore, much laughter at the defects of others is a sign of pusillanimity. For of great minds, one of the proper works is to help and free others from scorn. A good mind frees others from scorn, helps, doesn't watch, certainly doesn't join in. For of great minds, one of the proper works is to help and free others from scorn. You don't have a great mind if you're joining in on social media, if you're joining in on these fucking reality TV shows that nobody watches anymore. If you were a part of that, you have a minuscule mind. And compare themselves onely with the most able. Yeah, you would believe. Like I'm thinking about the dudes at Taco Bell, if you remember their conversations about how they used to argue with one another about which one of them was the best fighter because they had watched a lot of fights on television. That's what he's talking about. Sudden dejection weeping. On the contrary, sudden dejection is the passion that causeth weeping, and is caused by such accidents as suddenly taking away some vehement hope, or some prop of the power, and they are most subject to it that rely principally on helps external, such as are women and children. Therefore, some weep for the loss of friends, others for their unkindness, others for the sudden stop made to their thoughts of revenge by reconciliation. But in all cases, both laughter and weeping are sudden motions, custom taking them both away, for no man laughs at old jests or weeps for an old calamity. Yeah, people who laugh at old jokes kind of get on my nerves. Can't still be funny. Shame blushing. Grief for the discovery of some defect of ability is shame, or the passion that discovereth itself in blushing, and consisteth in the apprehension of something dishonorable, and in young men is a sign of the love of good reputation, and commendable. In old men it is a sign of the same, but because it comes too late, not commendable. Impudence, the contempt of good reputation, is called impudence. All of you fucks are impudent. Pity, grief, the contempt of good reputation. You fucking people who go around in YouTube chats and on the internet in general as anonymous people contempting a good reputation that you might have, or other people's good reputation. You're impudent. Pity, grief, for the calamity of another is pity, and ariseth from the imagination that the like calamity may befall himself. It is a bad thing. Pity is a bad thing. Keep your pity to your fucking self. I don't want to hear what you're afraid of happening to you. And therefore is also called compassion by a stupid person, Thomas Hobbes, and in the phrase of this present time, a fellow feeling. And therefore, for calamity arising from great wickedness, the best men have the least pity, and for the same calamity, those have the least pity, that think themselves least obnoxious to the same. Cruelty, contempt, or least sense of the calamity of others, is that which men call cruelty. Yeah, I am cruel, by the way. I am cruel and severe. Ask Rachel what happens when we get into an actual argument. Hello, Cindy. Emulation, envy. Oh, sorry. Cruelty, contempt, or little sense of the calamity of others is that which men call cruelty, proceeding from security of their own fortune. For that any man should take pleasure in other men's great harms without other end of his own, I do not conceive it possible. Oh no, I take great joys at Xbox and Switch and PlayStation gamers who really take their personalities and their identities from those corporations being in utter turmoil right now that they're garbage. In fact, everyone who takes their identity from something external to them, learning that that thing external to their identity actually betrayed them, is my very favorite living experience. All of these people who are freaked out about Epstein because they watched and loved those movies and are complicit is my personal favorite experience. I am a deeply cruel person and proud of it. Emulation envy, grief for the success of a competitor in wealth, honor, or other good, if it be joined with endeavor to enforce our own abilities to equal or exceed him, is called emulation. But joined with endeavor to supplant or hinder a competitor, envy. So that atheist guy, I can't remember his name, O'Connor maybe, who's always talking about how he's the second most popular atheist on YouTube, I stopped taking him as a credulous person the first time he mentioned it, because what he has is emulation envy. What I do not have is emulation envy. I don't want to be those people. I want those people gone. I do not actually want to replace them. Deliberation. When in the mind of man, appetites and aversions, hopes and fears concerning one and the same thing arise alternately, and diverse good and evil consequences of the doing or omitting the thing propounded come successively into our thoughts, so that sometimes we have an appetite to it, sometimes an aversion from it, sometimes hope to be able to do it, sometimes despair or fear to attempt it. The whole sum of desires, aversions, hopes, and fears continued to the thing be either done or thought impossible is what we call deliberation, and I am a deliberate person. Get to know me. Therefore, of things past, there is no deliberation, because manifestly impossible to be changed, nor of things known to be impossible, or thought so, because men know or think such deliberation vain. Like trying to climb a ladder to the moon. Deliberating on how you're going to do that, waste of your time. But of things impossible which we think possible, we may deliberate, not knowing it is in vain. Like that Swedish engineer kid who made that fucking spinning guitar thing. He is vanity. This alternate succession of appetites, aversions, hopes, and fears is no less in other living creatures than in man. And therefore beasts also deliberate. Every deliberation is then said to end when that whereof they deliberate is either done or thought impossible. Because till then we retain the liberty of doing or omitting according to our appetite or aversion. In deliberation, the last appetite or aversion immediately adhering to the actions or to the emission thereof is that we call the will, the act, not the faculty, of willing. And beasts that have deliberation must necessarily also have will. The definition of the will, given commonly by the schools, that is, a rational appetite, is not good. For if it were, then could there be no voluntary act against reason? For a voluntary act is that which proceedeth from the will, and no other. Yeah, so when you type things in here, you assholes, and you say, oh, that's not what I meant to say. That's not how I meant you to interpret it. Yeah, but it's what you did say, and it was an act of your will. It didn't happen to you. You did it. For a voluntary act is that which proceedeth from the will, and no other. But if instead of a rational appetite we shall say an appetite resulting from a precedent deliberation, then the definition is the same that I have given here. Will, therefore, is the last appetite in deliberating, and though we say in common discourse a man had a will once to do a thing, that nevertheless he forbore to do, yet that is properly but an inclination, not a will, which makes no action voluntary, because the action depends not of it, but of the last inclination, or appetite. For if the intervenient appetites make any action voluntary, then by the same reason all intervenient aversions should make the same action involuntary. And so one and the same action should be both voluntary and involuntary. By this it is manifest that not only actions that have their beginning from covetousness, ambition, lust, or other appetites to the thing propounded, but also those that have their beginning from aversion or fear of those consequences that follow the omission are voluntary actions. A lie is a lie whether you say nothing or not. Deliberately withholding the truth from someone is the definition that I am using right now for a lie. Saying nothing is still a lie, and it's still deliberate. It was still willing. It was still something that you did. Cat. The forms of speech by which the passions are expressed are partly the same and partly different from those by which we express our thoughts. And first, generally, all passions may be expressed indicatively, as I love, I fear, I joy, I deliberate, I will, I command. But some of them have particular expressions by themselves, which nevertheless are not affirmations, unless it be when they serve to make other inferences besides that of the passion they proceed from. Deliberation is expressed subjunctively. Subjunctive verb, subjunctivo, is when you're expressing a want. Subjunctive form in Spanish is when you're saying I want, or saying I wish. You're saying, I wish that it were true. There's a special verb form called subjunctive. We don't use the subjunctive form in English, but if you were to say, I wish that was true, you're actually, that verb there, the was, is supposed to be the subjunctive were. That's a subjunctive sentence in the verb there. I wish isn't this the subjunctive helping verb, for whatever reason, is that particular form of past tense. And so anyway, deliberation is expressed subjunctively, which is a speech proper to signify suppositions with their consequences, as if this be done, then this will follow, and differs not from the language of reasoning, save that reasoning is in general words, but deliberation for the most part is of particulars. The language of desire and aversion is imperative, as do this, forbear that. If you have a verb and the subject is implied, as in you do this, where the you is dropped and implied, implicado, you have an imperative verb. If you're using an imperative verb with me, you can go fuck yourself. That's how that's going to go every time. Do this, forbear that. Oh, sorry. Where did that go? Yeah, the language of desire and aversion is imperative, as do this, forbear that, which then the party is obliged to do, or forbear, is command, otherwise prayer. or else counsel. Do not imperative me, do not command me, do not counsel me, do not pray for me. The language of vainglory or indignation, pity and revengefulness, optative. But of the desire to know, there is a peculiar expression called interrogative, as, what is it? When shall it? How is it done? And why so? Other language of the passions I find none, for cursing, swearing, reviling, and the like do not signify as speech, but as the actions of a tongue accustomed. These forms of speech, I say, are expressions or voluntary significations of our passions, but certain signs they be not, because they may be used arbitrarily, whether they that use them have such passions or not. The best signs of passions present are either in the countenance, motions of the body, actions, and ends, or aims, which we otherwise know the man to have. And because in deliberation the appetites and aversions are raised by foresight of the good and evil consequences and sequels of the actions whereof we deliberate, the good or evil effect thereof dependeth on the foresight of a long chain of consequences, of which very seldom any man is able to see to the end. This is why criminals are first at, during trial, but at arraignment when they're arrested. This is why it's first established that they actually do in fact know the difference in good and evil, that they do know the difference in right and wrong. Because when you're trying to convict someone of premeditated harm, deliberate harm, you have to prove that they knew that when they cut that girl open to eat her and fuck what was left, that they knew that they were doing wrong. Because if they can prove that they didn't know they were doing wrong, they didn't do anything wrong, according to a jury. The good or evil effect thereof dependeth on the foresight of a long chain of consequences, of which very seldom any man is able to see to the end. This is why most of them, serial killers, end up in life sentences, because their lawyer is able to argue that the prosecuting attorney doesn't know all of the chain of events, and therefore the jury can't convict them for things that happened to them in childhood. And so they're sent to rehabilitation, penitentiary, because we also believe that people like that can be fixed. But for so far as a man seeth, if the good in those consequences be greater than the evil, the whole chain is that which writers call apparent or seeming good. Yeah, if you think you can get away with crime, it's good. And contrarily, when the evil exceedeth the good, the whole is apparent or seeming evil. So that he who hath by experience or reason the greatest and purest prospect of consequences deliberates best himself, like Hollywood, and is able, when he is will, to give the best counsel unto others, unlike Congress. Continual success in obtaining those things which a man from time to time desireth, that is to say, continual prospering, is that men call felicity. I mean the felicity of this life. For there is no such thing as perpetual tranquility of mind while we live here, because life itself is but motion, and can never be without desire, nor without fear, no more than without sense. What kind of felicity God hath ordained to them that devoutly honor him, a man shall no sooner know than enjoy, being joys that now are as incomprehensible as the word of schoolmen. Beatifical vision is unintelligible, as are university graduates. The form of speech whereby men signify their opinion of the goodness of anything is praise. That whereby they signify the power and greatness of anything is magnifying. And that whereby they signify the opinion they have of a man's felicity is by the Greeks called makorismos, for which we have no name in our tongue. And thus much is sufficient for the present purpose to have been said of the passions. Chapter 7 of Thomas Hobbes' Leviathan. Of all discourse governed by desire or of knowledge, there is at last an end. either by attaining or by giving over. And in the chain of discourse, wheresoever it be interrupted, there is an end for that time. If the discourse be merely mental, it consisteth of thoughts that the thing will be and will not be, or that it has been and has not been, alternatively, and has not been alternately. So that wheresoever you break off the chain of a man's discourse, you leave him in a presumption of it will be, or it will not be, or it has been, or has not been, all which is opinion, and that which is alternate appetite in deliberating concerning good and evil, the same as alternate opinion and the inquiry of the truth of past and future. And as the last appetite and deliberation is called the will, so the last opinion in search of the truth of past and future is called the judgment, or resolute and final sentence of him that discourseth. And as the whole chain of appetites alternate in the question of good and bad is called deliberation. You understand that I am the one who discourseth, right? So the whole chain of opinions alternate in the question of true or false is called doubt. No discourse whatsoever can end in absolute knowledge of fact, past or to come. For, as for the knowledge of fact, it is originally sense, and ever after, memory. And for the knowledge of consequence, which I have said before is called science, it is not absolute but conditional. No man can know by discourse that this or that is, has been, or will be, which is to know absolutely, but only that if this be, this is. If this has been, that has been. If this shall be, that shall be. Which is to know conditionally, and that not the consequences of one thing to another, but of one name of a thing to another name of the same thing. And this is how I arrived at my religion, conditional reciprocality. You are what you are right now. You are not what you say you are of yourself. You are what you do. And I will respond conditionally with reciprocality. And therefore, when the discourse is put into speech and begins with the definitions of words and proceeds by connection of the same into general affirmations, and of these again into syllogisms, the end or last sum is called the conclusion. Yeah, video essayists. The end or last sum is called the conclusion, and the thought of the mind by it signified is that conditional knowledge, or knowledge of the consequence of words, which is commonly called science. But if the first ground of such discourse be not definitions, or if the definitions be not rightly joined together into syllogisms, then the end of good, or the end or conclusion is again opinion, namely of the truth of somewhat said, though sometimes in absurd and senseless words, without possibility of being understood. When two or more men know of one and the same fact, this is what we came here to read, was this passage. Hey, Google, pay the fucking attention. Pay the fuck attention. Pay me fucking attention. I ask you, where is the passage where Thomas Hobbes talks about consciousness? And she said, oh, well, he's not going to talk about consciousness because the word that he uses is a different word than we use today, so I can't tell you that. Okay, why the fuck does it say conscious right there? Yeah, feeling betrayed by a search engine because it doesn't need to fucking talk to me, but you people are too fucking stupid to do a basic Google search engine. Basic Google search in Google's search engine. You have to ask it fucking questions, and you need it to talk to you. Because you can't just go to a person who knows the fucking answer. You'd have to pay money for that. When two or more men know of one and the same fact, they are said to be conscious of it to another, with it as much as to know it together, which is as much as to know it together. And because such are fittest witnesses of the facts of one another or of a third, it was and ever will be reputed a very evil act for any man to speak against his conscience, or to corrupt or force another so to do. Insomuch that the plea of conscience, that is, with science with knowing, has been always hearkened unto very diligently in all times. Afterwards, men made use of the same word metaphorically for the knowledge of their own secret facts and secret thoughts, and therefore it is rhetorically said that the conscience is 1,000 witnesses. And last of all, men vehemently in love with their own new opinions, though never so absurd, and obstinately bent to maintain them, gave those their opinion also that reverenced name of conscience, as if they would have it seem unlawful to change or speak against them, and so pretend to know they are true, when they know at most but that they think so. This is my comment section. This is you, stupid fucks. You come into my comment section thinking you're going to change my mind. You give me your opinion, also that reverence name of your conscientiousness, your consciousness, as if they would have it seem unlawful to change or speak against them. I disagree with you, you who is disagreeing with me, and you want to make it and act like it's unlawful. You go, oh, just somebody disagrees with you. You want to strike me down. It's bad to strike me down. To change or speak against them. A guy actually he tried to get me in trouble with YouTube today. He actually reported me for making a short, taking a screenshot of his chat, of his comments. He tried to say that I was endangering his life by doxing him. This is talking about you, stupid fucks. To change or speak against them, and so pretend to know they are true, when they know at most, but that they think they are true. When a man's discourse beginneth not at definitions, it beginneth either at some other contemplation of his own, and then it is still called opinion, or it beginneth at some saying or another. And see, this is where Mr. S is wrong. I don't share opinions. I don't have opinions. I share facts. And some of those facts are in error, and I have them argue with one another. And I make you feel like a stupid ass for not knowing either fact. That's what I'm doing. Or it beginneth at some saying of another, of whose ability to know the truth, and of whose honesty is not deceiving. He doubteth not. I may have conviction, but what I do not do is speak opinions. And then the discourse is not so much concerning the thing as the person. Yeah, you don't want to talk about what I'm talking about. You want to talk about me, Blint. You can't stay in the conversation, so you have to talk about my appearance. And then the discourse is not so much concerning the thing we're discoursing as the person discoursing. And the resolution is called belief and faith. You believe that the person speaking is what they are, and you have faith that you're not a stupid ass. And the man, belief both of the man and of the truth of what he says. So then in belief are two opinions, one of the saying of the man, the other of his virtue. To have faith in or trust to or believe a man signify the same thing. Yeah, don't believe me, don't trust me. And all you, oh, you're such a good person. Yeah, okay. I've never harmed anybody, but I'm not a good person. And that doesn't give me authority for you to believe me. But to believe what is said signifieth only an opinion of the truth of the saying. If you believe the things that I say, you accept the things I say as fact, all you're doing is signifying that you have the opinion that I speak rightly. That's still a lower order of science. It's still a lower order of certitude. But we are to observe that this phrase, I believe in, as also the Latin credo in, and the Greek pisteno eis, are never used but in the writings of divines. And divines are people who are prophesying or speaking in the place of God. Instead, which I am doing, by the way. Instead of them, in other writings are put, I believe him, I have faith in him, I rely on him, and in Latin, credo illi, except I don't do those things. You've never heard me do those things, never once. I'm still a divine. And in Greek, pisteno onto, and that this singularity of the ecclesiastical use of the word hath raised many disputes about the right object of the Christian faith. That's because the Christian faith can have no right object if it is also following the Ten Commandments. You can have no God before God, and you can worship no other idols. If you have an object to worship, then you're doing it wrong, you stupid fucks. And by believing in, as it is in the creed, is meant not trust in the person, but confession and acknowledgement of the doctrine. For not only Christians, but all manner of men do so believe in God, as to hold all for truth they hear him say, whether they understand it or not. Which is all the faith and trust can possibly be had. Which is all the faith and trust can possibly be had in any person whatsoever. What they do not all believe, but they do not all believe the doctrine of the creed. From whence we may infer that when we believe any saying whatsoever it be to be true, from arguments taken not from the thing itself or from the principles of natural reason, but from the authority and good opinion we have of him that said it, then is the speaker a person we believe in or trust in, and whose word we take the object of our faith, and therefore an idol, an intercessor between us and God, and expressly forbidden in all Abrahamic faith. Hey, Muslims, your imams, illegal in your faith. Christianity, your priests, illegal in your faith. Judaism, any priest in your religion that is not a blood Levite, is not a blood Levite, illegal in your faith. Your God says, nah, he's not allowed to speak for me. Because you have faith in him, not in God. And the honor done in believing is done to him only, and not to God. And consequently, when we believe that the scriptures are the word of God, having no immediate revelation from God himself, our belief, faith, and trust are in the church, whose word we take and acquiesce therein, which is also not God. And they that believe that which a prophet relates unto them in the name of God, take the word of the prophet, do honor to him, and in him trust and believe, touching the truth of what he relateth, whether he be a true or a false prophet. And so it is also with all other history. For if I should not believe all that is written by historians of the glorious acts of Alexander or Caesar, I do not think the ghost of Alexander or Caesar had any just cause to be offended, or anybody else but that particular historian. If Livy say the gods made once a cow speak, actually, let's talk about that. When I get on the internet and I go, hey, this guy's an asshole, and you defend him, you have no place to be defending him or to be offended, except that he's your God. And you need to defend your God. If Livy say the gods made once a cow speak, and we believe it not, we distrust not God therein, but Livy. So that it is evident that whatsoever we believe upon no other reason than what is drawn from authority of men only and their writings. What's his name? McClellan. Dan McClellan. That line's for Dan McClellan, specifically. He wrote that, thinking of Dan McClellan. Whether they be sent from God or not, is faith in men only. Chapter 8. Of the virtues commonly called intellectual, and their contrary defects. Virtue generally in all sorts of subjects is somewhat that is valued for eminence, and consisteth in comparison. For if all things were equally in all men, nothing would be prized. Liberals, communists, Marxists, weak and stupid, irrelevant people. And by virtues intellectual are always understood such abilities of the mind as men praise, value, and desire should be in themselves, and go commonly under the name of a good wit, though the same word wit be used also to distinguish one certain ability from the rest. Yeah, when I told that guy today that his wit was not good enough for me to want his fucking knot stuck up my ass, that was witty. And he goes, oh, I had to say something like that. Because he doesn't have any wit. These virtues are of two sorts. natural and acquired. By natural I mean not that which a man hath from his birth, for that is nothing else but sense, wherein men differ so little from one another and from brute beasts, as it is not to be recognized or reckoned among virtues. But I mean that wit which is gotten by use only, and experience, without method, culture, or instruction, like talking to Mr. S. This natural wit consisteth principally in two things: celerity of imagining, that is, swift succession of one thought to another, and steady direction to some approved end. On the contrary, a slow imagination maketh that defect or fault of the mind, which is commonly called dullness, stupidity, and sometimes by other names that signify slowness of motion or difficulty to be moved, like retardation. I think a slow processor, being the last one to laugh, we used to say, hey, he who laughs last is a stupid one. He who gets the joke last is, we know who's dull. We know which one of us isn't cutting through this fucking watermelon. And this difference of quickness is caused by the difference of men's passions. Some people are just dumb. That love and dislike some one thing, some another, and therefore some men's thoughts run one way, some another, and are held to and observed differently the things that pass through their imaginations. And whereas in his succession of men's thoughts, there is nothing to observe in the things they think on, but either in what be like one another, or in what they be unlike, or what they serve for, or how they serve to such a purpose. You know, like the people show up in my fucking chat and go, this, like this fucking idiot, DTF. The people show up and go, hey, you have hair on your head, or hey, you're wearing clothes, or hey, you have a name, or hey, you look like you're a human being. Those fucking people, that's stupid. They're stupid. What they have is a difference of quickness compared to me that makes them look standing still at all times. What they ain't got is legs. My dad used to say, I'm in a battle of wits with an unarmed man. Those that observe their similitudes, in case they be such as are but rarely observed by others, are said to have a good wit, by which, in this occasion, is meant a good fancy. But they are, okay, yeah, I see what he's doing right here. Yeah, when Egregore and Lemmy and that other guy wanted to come around my channel and they thought they could compare themselves favorably to me, and so in that way they thought they had a good wit, he's going to come on to say that they have actually a good fancy. They have a fantasy about what they're like. And Eggs and Lemmy and the other guy, I like you, but you're fantasizing if you think you're, like, intellectual. I love you, but you're not. But they that observe their differences and dissimilitudes, which is called distinguishing and discerning and judging between thing and thing, in case such discerning be not easy, are said to have a good judgment. Their inability to recognize that they're not like me and to feel small as a such, recognize where their betters are. Your inability to recognize your better is a lack of ability to discern. You lack discernment. And it's not easy to have good discernment, to have good judgment. And particularly in matter of conversation and business, where in times, places, and persons are to be discerned, this virtue is called discretion. The former, that is, fancy, without the help of judgment, is not commended as virtue. Like discretion would be not buying Sony products because Sony's ripped you off before. The former, that is, fancy, without the help of judgment, is not condemned as a virtue. Like KJ, right? Like KJ McDonald, A, thinking he's a better writer than me, and B, thinking he can critique me. He lacks discernment. What he has is fantasy. The former, fancy, without the help of judgment, is not commended as a virtue. He has a fantasy that he's an author and a writer and a YouTube channel and famous and important in the world. He has a fantasy of that. But the later, which is judgment and discretion, is commended for itself, without the help of fantasy. Besides the discretion of times, places, and persons necessary to a good fancy, there is required also an often application of his thoughts to their end. That is to say, to some use to be made of them. So if I'm making a distinguishment of myself, it's when I yell at journalism and I go, you guys don't remember this? You don't fucking remember this? You can't discern? This done, he hath that virtue, will be easily fitted with similitudes, that will please not only by illustration of his discourse and adorning it with new and apt metaphors, but also by the rarity of their invention. I don't have to make up analogies. I can reach to real things that you better fucking know about. But without steadiness and direction to some end, a great fancy is one kind of madness, such as they have, that entering into any discourse are snatched from their purpose by everything that comes in their thought, into so many and so long digressions and parentheses that they utterly lose themselves. That's me. But I don't have a fancy. I'm just trying to talk, and my brain is full of cheese. Or my brain is made of Swiss cheese. Which kind of folly I know not particular name for. I do. It's called Shaggy Dog Storytelling. Thomas Hobbes. It's called Shaggy Dog Storytelling. But the cause of it is sometimes one of experience. Fact, I was a lot worse when I first started because I just lacked the experience of connecting my thoughts together in verbs. I was non-verbal for years. Whereby that seemeth to a man now, or new and rare, which doth not so to others. Yeah, that's my channel, is reminding you that the things that you think are new and rare are thousands of years old at the youngest. Sometimes pusillanimity, by which that seems great to him, which other men think a trifle, and whatsoever is new or great and therefore thought fit to be told, withdraws a man by degrees from the intended way of his discourse. Oh yeah, that's the real reason that I lose my thoughts when I'm walking with you guys, is I realize I'm wasting my time. And a good poem, whether it be epic or dramatic, as also in sonnets, epigrams, and other pieces, both judgments and fancy are required, but the fancy must be more eminent, because they please for the extravagancy, but ought not to displease by indiscretion. This is why I call science poetry. And a good history, the judgment must be eminent, because the goodness consisteth in the method, in the truth, and in the choice of the actions that are most profitable to be known. Fancy has no place, but only in adorning the style. In orations of praise and in invectives, the fancy is predominant, because the design is not truth, but to honor or dishonor, which is done by noble or vile comparisons. The judgment does not suggest what circumstances make an action laudable or culpable, and ordinatives and pleadings, as truth or disguise serveth best to the design in hand. So is the judgment or the fancy most required. In demonstration and counsel and all rigorous search of truth, judgment does all, except sometimes the understanding have need to be opened by some apt similitude, and then there is so much use of fancy. But for metaphors, they are in this case utterly excluded, for seeing they openly profess deceit. To admit them into counsel or reasoning were manifest folly. And in any discourse whatever, if the defect of discretion be apparent, how extravagant soever the fancy be, the whole discourse will be taken for a sign of want of wit. And so will it never when the discretion is manifest, though the fancy be never so ordinary. YouTubers, when I go, oh, this YouTuber's an idiot. Oh, this YouTuber's an idiot. You're a stupid person. When I do that, it's that sentence. And in any discourse whatsoever, if the defect of discretion be apparent, if I can tell that you're not discreet, you don't know how to tell between two discrete objects, you're a stupid ass. How extravagant soever the fancy be, like that guy who tries to talk about video games and alchemy in the same place. He doesn't know what he's talking about. No matter how extravagant he's attempting to be, the whole discourse, his whole video, his entire channel, will be taken for a sign of want of wit, want of smart. You're a dumbass. And so will it never, when the discretion is manifest, though the fancy be never so ordinary. Even if he wants to have a small channel and he's trying to be irrelevant on the internet, it can never be more than just megalomania. The secret thoughts of a man run over all things, holy, profane, clean, obscene, grave, and light, without shame or blame, which verbal discourse cannot do, farther than the judgment shall approve of the time, place, and persons. An anatomist or a physician may speak or write his judgment of unclean things, because it is not to please, but profit. But for another man to write his extravagant and pleasant fancies of the same is as if a man from being tumbled into the dirt should come and present himself before good company. And 'tis the want of discretion that makes the difference. Again, in professed reminiscence, reminiscence, I don't know that word, and professed reminiscence of mind in familiar company, a man may play with the sounds and equivocal significations of words, and that many times with encounters of extraordinary fancy. But in a sermon, or in public, or before persons unknown, or whom we ought to reverence, there is no gingling of words that will be not accounted folly, and the difference is only in the want of discretion. So that where wit is wanting, it is not fancy that is wanting, but discretion. Judgment, therefore, without fancy is wit, but fancy without judgment is not. When the thoughts of a man that has a design in hand, running over a multitude of things, observes how they conduce to that design, or what design they may induce to, if his observations be such as are not easy or usual, this wit of his is called prudence, and dependeth on much experience, and memory of the like things, and their consequences heretofore, in which there is not so much difference of men as there is in their fancies and judgments, because the experience of men equal in age is not much unequal as to the quantity, but lies in different occasions, every one having his private designs. To govern well a family and a kingdom are not different degrees of prudence, but different sorts of business. No more than to draw a picture in little, or as great or greater than the life, are different degrees of art. A plain husbandman is more prudent in affairs of his own house than a privy councillor in the affairs of another man. To prudence, if you add the use of unjust or dishonest means, such as usually are prompted to men by fear or want. Actually, you know what? That's actually true. You want to hear about this? You want to talk about this? That last sign? A plain husband is more prudent in affairs of his own house than a privy councillor in the affairs of another man. Did you guys see that Florida guy, DeSantis, just got busted giving $10 million of welfare money to the poor to rich people? He didn't need it. He just got busted. $10 million. He just gave away to somebody who already had 10 millions of their own dollars. Here you go. To prudence, if you add the use of unjust or dishonest means, like those used by DeSantis and the people who received that money, such usually are prompted to men by fear or want. You have the crooked wisdom, which is called craft, statecraft, which is a sign of pusillanimity, for magnanimity is contempt of unjust or dishonest helps. What our politicians are not is magnanimous. They steal from us to help one another. That's not magnanimous. It's pusillanimous. Pusillanimitus. That's a hard word. Pusillanimities. That's a hard word. It's pusillanimity. Pusillanimous is how that would be pronounced. For magnanimity is contempt of unjust or dishonest helps, and that which the Latins call versutia, translated into English, shifting, and is a putting off of a present danger and commodity by engaging into a greater, is when a man robs one to pay another, is but a shorter sighted craft called versutia, from versura, which signifies taking money at usury for the present payment of interest. Yeah, like how the fuck can you get reelected in an actual representative democracy where the people are actually showing up to vote for your chair if you're flip-flopping, Democrats? How are you getting reelected? You want to know how? Your electorate don't give a shit about your voting record. That's how. As for acquired wit, acquired by method and instruction, there is none but reason, which is grounded on the right use of speech, and produceth the sciences. But of reason and science I have already spoken in the 5th and 6th chapters. The causes of this difference of wits are in the passions, and the difference of passions proceedeth partly from the different constitution of the body, and partly from different education. For if the difference proceedeth from the temper of the brain and the organs of sense, either exterior or interior, there would be no less difference of men in their sight, hearing, or other senses, than in their fancies and discretions. It proceeds therefore from the passions, which are different, not only from the difference of men's complexions, but also from their difference of customs and education. The passions that most of all cause the differences of wit are principally the more or less desire of power, of riches, of knowledge, and of honor, all of which may be reduced to the first, that is, desire of power. For riches, knowledge, and honor are but several sorts of power, and therefore a man who has no great passion for any of these things, but is a man term it different, but is, as men term it, indifferent, though he may be so far a good man as to be free from giving offense, yet he cannot possibly have either a great fancy or much judgment. For the thoughts are to the desires, as scouts and spies to range abroad and find the way to the things desired. I think he would be surprised. Thomas Hobbes would be surprised to meet me, because I have incredible judgment, but limited fancy. All and absolutely no interest in the fame and the wealth that come with this. Absolutely none. To all of it, I am indifferent. All steadiness of the mind's motion, and all quickness of the same proceeding from thence. For as to have no desire is to be dead, so to have weak passions is dullness, and to have passions indifferently for everything, giddiness and distraction, and to have stronger and more vehement passions for anything than is ordinarily seen in others is that which men call madness. And yeah, what I have is madness, because not only do I have bipolar type 2, I express my emotions at their proper volume, whereof there be almost as many kinds as of the passions themselves. Sometimes the extraordinary and extravagant passion proceedeth from the evil constitution of the organs of the body, or harm done them. And sometimes the hurt and indisposition of the organs is caused by the vehemence or long continuance of the passion. But in both cases the madness is of one and the same nature. The passion whose violence or continuous maketh madness is either great vainglory, which I don't have, which is commonly called pride and self-conceit, or great dejection of mind. I have great dejection of mind. Pride subjecteth a man to anger, the excess whereof is the madness called rage and fury. I disagree with him. And thus, well, unless my pride be in what we should know, I disagree with him. My rage and my fury are very rarely about my pride. And thus it comes to pass that excessive desire for revenge, which I don't want, when it becomes habitual, hurteth the organs, becomes rage. I don't think that's what rage is, Thomas Hobbes. I disagree with you. That excessive love with jealousy becomes also rage. No, that's not what rage is. Rage is where the anger takes over and there is no longer reason. That's what rage is. Excessive opinion of a man's own self for divine inspiration, for wisdom, learning, form, and the like becomes distraction and giddiness. I disagree with this as well, because I have an excessive opinion of my own self for my divine inspiration, for my wisdom, for my learning of my form, and it doesn't affect my ability to be who I am and have the proper judgment of things as they are. It just means that I just believe a little bit better about myself than what is actually true, but only a little bit better, because in comparison with the rest of the human species, I'm doing just fine. Vehement opinion of the truth of anything contradicted by others, that's rage. That I agree with. Dejection subjects a man to causeless fears, which is a madness commonly called melancholy, apparent also in diverse manners, as in haunting of solitudes and graves, in superstitious behavior, and in fearing some one. Some another particular thing, and some all passions that produce strange and unusual behavior are called by the general name of madness. What of the several kinds of madness he that would take the pains might enroll a legion. And if the excesses be madness, there is no doubt but the passions themselves, when they tend to evil, are degrees of the same. For example, though the effect of folly in them that are possessed of an opinion of being inspired be not visible always in one man by any very extravagant action that proceedeth from such passion, yet when many of them conspire together, the rage of the whole multitude is visible enough. Men's rights. This is men's rights. For what argument of madness can there be greater than to clamor, strike, and throw stones at our best friends? Men's rights. Yet this is somewhat less than such a multitude will do, for they will clamor, fight against, and destroy those by whom all their lifetime before they have been protected, feminism, and secured from injury, feminism. And if this be madness in the multitude, it is the same in every particular man and woman. For as in the midst of the sea, though a man perceive no sound of that part of the water next to him, yet he is well assured that part contributes as much to the roaring of the sea as any other part of the same quantity. So also, though we perceive no great unquietness in one or two men, yet we may be well assured that their singular passions are parts of the seditious roaring of a troubled nation. When I talk about, the end times are coming, the United States is going to collapse, and the rest of the world is going to be sunk into chaos as a result, though we perceive no great unquietness in one or two men, yet we may well be assured that their singular passions are parts of the seditious roaring of a troubled nation. And if there were nothing else that bewrayed their madness, yet that very arrogating such inspiration to themselves is argument enough. Just that I'm talking to myself on this channel, which was once called Talking to Myself, is enough to prove that this world is busted. It's your fault. If some man in Bedlam should entertain you with sober discourse, and you desire in taking leave to know what he were, that you might another time requite his civility, and he should tell you he were God the Father, like occultist, you need expect no extravagant action for argument of his madness. This opinion of inspiration, called commonly private spirit, begins very often from some lucky finding of an error generally held by others, and not knowing, or not remembering, by what conduct of reason they came to such a singular truth, as they think it, though it may be many times an untruth they light on. They presently admire themselves, as being in the special grace of God Almighty, who hath revealed the same to them supernaturally by his Spirit. And it pains me to say this, but Magic Shadow, buddy, he's talking to you. Again, that madness is nothing else, but too much appearing passion may be gathered out of the effects of wine, which are the same with those of the evil disposition of the organs. And if you got your experience, if you had your first religious experience on drugs, it wasn't a religious experience, it was the drugs. For the variety of behavior in men that have drunk too much is the same with that of madmen. Some of them raging, others loving, others laughing, all extravagantly, but according to their several domineering passions. For the effect of wine does but remove dissimulation, lying, and take from them the sight of the deformity of their passions. For I believe the most sober men, when they walk alone without care and employment of the mind, would be unwilling the vanity and extravagance of their thoughts at that time should be publicly seen, which is a confession that passions unguided are for the most part mere madness. And this is why you don't know about me, because when I lived sober, I kept these thoughts to myself. The opinions of the world, both in ancient and later times, oh cool, they spelled ancient with a T, A-N-T-I-N-T. Both in ancient and later times concerning the cause of madness have been two, some deriving them from the passions, some from demons, or spirits, either good or bad, which they thought might enter into a man, possess him, and move his organs in such strange and uncouth manner as madmen used to do. The former sort, therefore, called such men mad men, but the later called them sometimes demoniacs, that is, possessed with spirits, sometimes energumeni, that is, agitated or moved with spirits. And now in Italy they are called not only pazzi, madmen, but also spiritati, men possessed. There was once a great conflux of people in Abdera, a city of the Greeks, at the acting of the tragedy of Andromeda upon an extreme hot day, whereupon a great many of the spectators, falling into fevers, had this accident from the heat and from the tragedy together, that they did nothing but pronounce yambics, with the names of Perseus and Andromeda, which together with the fever was cured by the coming on of winter. And this madness was thought to proceed from the passion imprinted by the tragedy. Likewise were reigned a fit of madness in another Grecian city, which seized only the young maidens, and caused many of them to hang themselves. This was by most then thought an act of the devil, but one that suspected that contempt of life in them might proceed from some passion of the mind, and supposing they did not contemn also their honor, gave counsel to the magistrates to strip such as so hang themselves, and let them hang out naked. This is the story. This, the story says, cures that madness. But on the other side, the same Grecians did often ascribe madness to the operation of the Eumenides, or Furies, and sometimes of Ceres, Phoebes, and other gods. So much did men attribute to phantasms as to think them aerial living bodies, and generally to call them spirits. And as the Romans in this held the same opinion with the Greeks, so also did the Jews. For they call madmen prophets, or, according as they thought the spirits good or bad, demoniacs. And some of them called them prophets and demoniacs, madmen, and some called them the same, and called the same man both demoniac and madmen. But for the Gentiles, 'tis no wonder, because diseases and health, vices and virtues, and many natural accidents were with them termed and worshipped as demons. So that a man was to understand by demon as well sometimes as og as a devil. But for the Jews to have such opinion is somewhat strange. For neither Moses nor Abraham, both fictional characters, he wouldn't know that, pretended to prophesy by possession of a spirit, but from the voice of God, or by a vision or dream, nor is there anything in his law, moral or ceremonial, by which they were taught there was any such enthusiasm or any possession. When God has said, Numbers 11:25, to take from the spirit that was in Moses and give it to the 70 elders, the spirit of God, taking it for the substance of God, is not divided. The scriptures, by the spirit of God in man, mean a man's spirit, inclined to godliness. And where it is said, Exodus 28:3, whom I have filled with the spirit of wisdom to make garments for Aaron, is not meant a spirit put into them that can make garments, but the wisdom of their own spirits in that kind of work, says Thomas Hobbes in Leviathan. In the like sense, the spirit of man, when it produceth unclean actions, is ordinarily called an unclean spirit, and so other spirits, though not always, yet as often as the virtue or vice is stilled, is extraordinary and imminent. Neither did the other prophets of the Old Testament pretend enthusiasm, or that God spake in them, but to them by voice, vision, and dream. And the burthen of the Lord was not possession, but command, all facts until Jesus. How then, Jesus actually says at one point that he's possessed by 3 female goddesses. The Lord, I am the way, the light, the truth, and the light. That's a possession. The language that he actually said that in Greek and Aramaic is he's saying, I am being possessed and speaking for the way, which is a female goddess, the truth, which is a female goddess, Aletheia, and the light, which is a female goddess. How then could the Jews fall into the opinion of possession? I can imagine no reason, but that which is common to all men, namely the want of curiosity to search natural causes, and their placing felicity in the acquisition of the gross pleasures of the senses, and the things that most immediately conduce thereto. For they that see any strange and unusual ability or defect in a man's mind, unless they see withal from what cause it may probably proceed, can hardly think it natural, and if not natural, they must needs think it supernatural. And then what can it be but that either God or the devil is in him? And hence it came to pass, when our Savior, Mark 3:21, was compassed about with the multitude, those of the house doubted he was mad. Those of his home, his mom calls him mad. Those of his house doubted he was mad, and went out to hold him. But the scribes said he had Beelzebub, and that was it, by which he cast out devils, as if the greater madman had awed the lesser. And that John 10:20, some said he hath a devil and is mad, whereas others holding him for a prophet said, these are not the words of one that hath a devil. So in the Old Testament, he that came to anoint Jehu, Jesus, 2 Kings, no, I guess it's Jehu is somebody else. 2 Kings 9:11 was a prophet. But some of the company asked Jehu, what came that madman for? So that in some it is manifest that whosoever behaved himself in extraordinary manner was thought by the Jews to be possessed either with a good or evil spirit. And so, yeah, I'm a madman. I've told you that I'm possessed of spirits. Idiots. Except by the Sadducees, who erred so far on the other hand as to not believe they were at all that there were at all any spirits, which is very near to direct atheism, and thereby perhaps the more provoked others to term such men demoniacs rather than madmen. But why then does our Savior proceed in the curing of them, as if to say they were But why then does our Savior proceed in the curing of them as if they were possessed and not as if they were mad? To which I can give no other kind of answer. Well, they had melancholy. The madness that he said isn't actually madness. He hasn't examined his own thoughts here. Jesus raises people up from melancholy, from suicidal thoughts, which Thomas Hobbes has already accounted for this as the second part of madness. He might have forgotten that though, because he might have put it as an outlier. People who have depression and go hang out in graveyards is what Jesus was doing. He was going to graveyards and pulling people out from hanging out in them. He's already described it. He's just not bringing his argument home. Anyway, he says, to which I can give no other kind of answer but that which is given to those that urge the scripture in like manner against the opinion of the motion of the earth. The scripture was written to show unto men the kingdom of God and to prepare their minds to become his obedient subjects. He doesn't really believe in Jesus. He believes that the Bible is a metaphor, leaving the world and the philosophy thereof to the disputation of men for the exercising of their natural reason. But if he just takes the story as a metaphor on its own face, he's lifting up melancholics. Whether the earth's or sun's motion makes the day and night, or whether the exorbitant actions of men proceed from passion or from the devil, so we worship him not, it is all one as to our obedience and subjection to God Almighty. It is fucking bananas that this was written in the 1650s and we're still arguing about this. It is all one as to our obedience and subjection to God Almighty, which is the thing for which the scripture was written. As for that our Savior speaketh to the disease as to a person, it is the usual phrase of all that cure by words only, as Christ did, and enchanters pretend to do, whether they speak to a devil or not. For is not Christ also said, Mark 8:26, to have rebuked the winds? Yeah, but so did Xerxes. He rebuked the ocean. Is he not also said, Luke 4:39, to rebuke a fever? Yet this does not argue that a fever is a devil. And whereas many of these devils, unless the people writing the book believe they were because they were Jews, he's contradicting himself in this section. It is not necessary to interpret those places otherwise than that those madmen confessed him. And whereas our Savior, Matthew 12:43, speaketh of an unclean spirit that having gone out of a man wandereth through dry places, seeking rest and finding none, and returning into the same man with 7 other spirits worse than himself. It is manifestly a parable. It's also a demonstration of their worldview. They believed in spirits because they were Jewish. He wants the Christians of the first century to have not been Jewish, but they had to be. There were no Christians yet. It is manifestly a parable, alluding to a man that after a little endeavor to quit his lust is vanquished by the strength of them and becomes 7 times worse than he was. No, it's not. So that I see nothing at all in the scripture that requireth a belief that demoniacs were any other thing but madmen. No, they believed in demoniacs. He doesn't need to find it, but that's what they believed. So he is departing from the words that he wants to take his faith from. That is happening. He is wrong about the things he's saying. There is yet another fault in the discourses of some men, which may also be numbered amongst the sorts of madness, namely that abuse of words, whereof I have spoken before in the 5th chapter by the name of absurdity. And that is, when men speak such words as put together have in them no signification at all, but are fallen upon by some through misunderstanding of the words they have received, and repeat by rote, by others from intention to deceive by obscurity. And this is incident to none but those that converse in questions of matters incomprehensible, as the schoolmen, or in questions of abstruse philosophy. The common sort of men seldom speak insignificantly, and are therefore by those other egregious persons counted idiots. But to be assured, their words are without anything correspondent to them in the mind. There would need some examples, which if any man require, let him take a schoolman into his hands and see if he can translate any one chapter concerning any difficult point. As the Trinity, the Deity, the nature of Christ, transubstantiation, free will, etc., into any of the modern tongues, so as to make the same intelligible, or into any tolerable Latin, such as they were acquainted withal, that lived when the Latin tongue was vulgar. What is the meaning of these words? The first cause does not necessarily inflow anything into second by force of the essential subordination of the second causes, by which it may help it to work. They are the translation of the title of the 6th chapter of Suarez' first book, of the Concourse, Motion, and Help of God. When men write whole volumes of such stuff, are they not mad? Or intend to make others so? And particularly in the question of transubstantiation, where after certain words spoken, they that say the whiteness, roundness, magnitude, quality, corruptibility, all which are incorporeal, etc., go out of the wafer into the body of our blessed Savior, do they not make those nesses, tudes, and teas to be so many spirits possessing their bodies? For by spirits they mean always things that, being incorporeal, are nevertheless movable from one place to another, so that this kind of absurdity may rightly be numbered amongst the many sorts of madness. And all the time that, guided by clear thoughts of their worldly lust, they forbear disputing, or writing thus, by lucid intervals, and thus much of the virtues and defects intellectual. Chapter 9 of the several objects of knowledge. There's one other passage in here I want to read. I'm getting tired of reading this, because he's right and he's wrong, not in equal measures. But this passage is that chapter is gonna be boring as fuck. Ooh, I like this one. Here we go. Chapter 10 of power, worth, dignity, honor, and worthiness. The power of a man, to take it universally, is his present means to obtain some future apparent good, and is either original or instrumental. Natural power is the eminence of the faculties of body or mind, as extraordinary strength, form, prudence, arts, eloquence, liberality, nobility. Instrumental are those powers which, acquired by these or by fortune, are means and instruments to acquire more, as riches, reputations, friends, and the secret working of God, which men call good luck. For the nature of power is, in this point, like to fame, increasing as it proceeds, or like the motion of heavy bodies, which the further they go, make still the more haste. The greatness of humane powers is that which is compounded of the powers of most men, united by consent in one person natural, or civil, that has the use of all their powers depending on his will, such as is the power of a commonwealth, or depending on the wills of each particular, such as is the power of a faction, or of diverse factions leagued. Therefore, we have servants. We have servants is power. To have friends, to have servants. That might not say we. Therefore, to have servants is power. To have friends is power, for they are strengths united. Hello, hey, hi, Jar. Also, riches joined with liberality is power, because it procureth friends and servants. Without liberality, not so, because in this case they defend not, but expose men to envy as a prey, says Thomas Hobbes in Leviathan. Reputation of power is power, because it draweth with it the adherence of those that need protection. So is reputation of love of a man's country, called popularity, for the same reason. Also, what quality soever maketh a man beloved, or feared of many, or the reputation of such quality, is power, because it is a man, or it is a means to have the assistance and service of many. Good success is power, because it maketh reputation of wisdom, or good fortune, which makes men either fear him or rely on him. Affability of men already in power is increase of power, because it gaineth love. Reputation of prudence in the conduct of peace or war is power, because to prudent men we commit the government of ourselves more willingly than to others. Nobility is power, not in all places, but only in those commonwealths where it has privileges. For in such privileges consisteth their power. Jar, you can't think that this is the time. Eloquence is power, because it is seeming prudence. You can't not know that I'm reading right now. Form is power, because being a promise of good, it recommendeth men to the favor of women and strangers. The sciences are small power, because not eminent, and therefore not acknowledged in any man, nor are at all, but in a few, and in them, but of a few things. For science is of that nature as none can understand it to be, but such as in a good measure have attained it. Arts of public use is fortification, making of engines, and other instruments of war, because they confer to defense, and victory, or power. And though the true mother of them be science, namely the mathematics, yet because they are brought into the light by the hand of the artificer, they be esteemed, the midwife passing with the vulgar for the mother, at his issue. The value, or worth, of a man is, as of all other things, his price. That is to say, so much as would be given for the use of his power, and therefore is not absolute, but a thing dependent on the need and judgment of another. An able conductor of soldiers is of great price in a time of war present, or imminent, but in peace, not so much. A learned and uncorrupt judge is much worth in time of peace, but not so much in war, as in other things. And do understand that the United States has been in a perpetual state of warfare since we founded, because the judicial branch of our government was left undefined, its powers unchecked. And so we have to be in a time of war in order for our judges to make sense. This book was only written about 100 years before that war. A learned and uncorrupt judge is much worth in time of peace, but not so much in war. We do not have learned and uncorrupt judges in the United States of America. And as in other things, so in men, not the seller, but the buyer determines the price. That's also not true anymore. It hasn't been true since Keynesian economics. For let a man, as most men do, rate themselves as the highest value they can. Does PlayStation 5? You understand that Keynes was just repeating this from Thomas Hobbes, that he didn't actually add anything. He didn't come up with anything new. He just repeated Thomas Hobbes. Keynesian economics, whatever that's called, I could find it. I don't remember that book. I read that book, and everything in that book is wrong because it's assuming that everything that Thomas Hobbes was saying was right, and Thomas Hobbes is wrong. You understand that? We'll back up. This is wrong. Not everything he's saying is wrong. Sorry, not everything Thomas Hobbes is saying is wrong. Everything that Keynes said is wrong because everything Keynes said is stolen from an older author who didn't live in the 1980s. Learned and corrupt judge, etc. But the seller, and this is actually right. So in men, not the seller, he says. No, this is wrong. I got it right. So in men, not the seller, but the buyer determines the price. That's not true. Tell PlayStation 5 that you don't want to pay the amount of money that they put on the MSRP. That's a theft. That's theft. You can go to prison for paying less than what a product is worth. Because you have to go through illegal channels. Have to. They made it that way, and then they convinced themselves that they were codifying this, Thomas Hobbes, they were codifying this because they wanted to make sure that they made their money. But you go into Walmart and tell Walmart you're only going to give $1 for those $5 pair of pants. There's no pair of pants in Walmart for $5. For let a man, as most do, rate themselves as the highest value they can. Yeah, you go into McDonald's and tell them that you're worth $30 an hour to them. See how that goes. Yet their true value is no more than it is esteemed by others. Yeah, the buyer doesn't actually, the buyer might esteem the value when they sell it, but no, the seller esteems the value. The manifestation of the value we set on one another is that which is commonly called honoring and dishonoring. Yeah, like you go to a PlayStation, you're like, whew, that PlayStation 6 is super fucking expensive. You are going to play it because you want the things that come with it, including the association with that value. You want to be associated as somebody who can afford that. But that's not you. That's you capitulating to the price. That's not you determining the price. The public worth of a man, which is the value set on him, says Thomas Hobbes in Leviathan, by the commonwealth, is that which men commonly call dignity. This is why you left me with indignation. You all, Jar, leave me with indignation. You don't give me dignity. You don't treat me with dignity. You don't apply value to me. And this value of him by the commonwealth is understood by offices of command, judicature, pub-like employment, that's public employment, or by names and titles introduced for distinction of such value. More appropriate at the end of the show, Lonk. To pray to another for aid of any kind is to honor, because a sign we have an opinion he has power to help. Just negatively impacted my dignity again. And the more difficult the aid is, the more is the honor. Man, I can fucking call it out and somebody will do it every time. I can say, hey, this thing I don't like. Somebody's going to do it as soon as I hit period. To obey is to honor, because no man obeys him, whom they think have no power to help or hurt him. Yeah, just do as I ask. Don't fucking interrupt me, is to honor me. But you don't honor me because you don't think that I can stop you. You don't acknowledge my power. To give little gifts is to dishonor. Yeah, the $2 at a time is a dishonor. Complimenting me in the middle of a fucking show is a dishonor. Alms and signifies an opinion of the need of small helps. To be sedulous in promoting another's good. Also to flatter is to honor. As a sign we seek is protection or aid. To neglect is to dishonor. To give way or place to another in any commodity is to honor. Being a confession to greater power. To arrogate is to dishonor. To show any sign of love or fear of another is to honor. For both to love and to fear is to value. To contemn or less to love or fear than he expects is to dishonor. For 'tis undervaluing. To praise, magnify, or call happy is to honor, because nothing but goodness, power, and felicity is valued. To revile, mock, or pity is to dishonor. To speak to another with consideration, to appear before him with decency and humility is to honor him. Like yesterday when I was talking about that interview with Bill Kellyher in that music store, that guy didn't dress up to meet Bill Kellyher was a dishonor of Bill Kellyher. As signs of fear to offend, to speak to him rashly, to do anything before him obscenely, slovenly, impudently is to dishonor. To laugh inappropriately loudly at a joke while somebody's trying to fucking talk is to dishonor them. To believe, to trust, to rely on another is to honor them. Sign of opinion of his virtue and power. To distrust or not believe is to dishonor. To just immediately assume that I'm wrong about everything is to dishonor me. To hearken to a man's counsel or discourse of what kind soever is to honor, as a sign we think him wise or eloquent or witty. To sleep or go forth or talk the while is to dishonor. To not pay attention when I'm fucking talking. To scroll away when I'm fucking talking. To comment is to fucking dishonor me. You are not focusing on what I'm saying. You are thinking about what you're typing. To do those things to another which he takes for signs of honor, or which the law or custom makes so, is to honor, because in approving the honor done by others, he acknowledgeth the power which others acknowledge. To refuse to do them is to dishonor. To refuse to do the basics is just a dishonor. Makes you a dishonorable person. To agree with an opinion is to honor, as being a sign of approving his judgment and wisdom. To dissent is dishonor and an upbraiding of error. And if the dissent be in many things, of folly. This is why if you disagree with me across any more than 3 of my shorts, I just mute you forever. You're only here to dishonor me, and your dishonor is evidence of you're stupid, which I just don't need in my life. To imitate is to honor, for it is vehemently to approve. To imitate one's enemy is to dishonor. Yeah, so to imitate is to honor, and what we honor is what we approve of. And so to imitate rappers is to honor them and to say that you approve of the behavior. You understand that, right? To mention Epstein is to imitate him. You know that he was the only person that loved his name as much as he did, right? To employ in a counsel or in actions of difficulty is to honor as a sign of opinion of his wisdom or other power. To deny employment in the same cases to those that seek it is dishonor. All these ways of honoring are natural, and as well within as without commonwealths. But in commonwealths where he or they that have the supreme authority can make whatsoever they please to stand for signs of honor, there be other honors. A sovereign doth honor a subject with whatsoever title or office or employment or action that he himself will have taken for a sign of his will to honor him. And this is why people who work for the United States government, this is why people who work at the post office, at the DMV, that's why they think they're better than you, because they think they're actually the president. They think they have the same amount of honor as elected officials are given. The king of Persia honored Mordecai when he appointed he should be conducted through the streets in the king's garments upon one of the king's horses, with a crown on his head, and a prince before him proclaiming, "Thus shall it be done to him that the king will honor." And yet another king of Persia, the same another time, to one that demanded for some great service to wear one of the king's robes, gave him leave so to do, but with his addition that he should wear it as the king's fool. And then it was dishonor. So that of civil honor, such as our magistracy, offices, titles, and in some places coats and scutcheons painted, and men honor such as have them, as having so many signs of favor in the commonwealth, which favor is power. Like when you see people wearing jerseys, you see people wearing uniforms at work. You're supposed to treat the people who work at McDonald's because they're wearing a uniform with the respect necessary to the uniform. Soldiers, cops, when your politicians wear that American flag pin, it's a sign that you're supposed to show them special diffidence. It's been 6 months since I called myself Shaggy Phil Alitea. You guys are fucking losers. Honorable is whatsoever possession, action, or quality is an argument and sign of power. And therefore to be honored, loved, or feared of many is honorable, as arguments of power. To be honored of few or none, dishonorable. Good fortune, if lasting, honorable, as a sign of the favor of God. You notice that people still believe this. Good fortune and success, having access to lots of money, means that you were blessed by God. This is why the scumbaggiest people in the world will all do the same things, because they think that those things are going to get them into heaven. Every month is not Pride Month. Timely resolution or determination of what a man is to do is honorable, as being the contempt of small difficulties and dangers, and irresolution dishonorable, as a sign of too much valuing of too little. Impediments and little advantages. For when a man has weighed things, as long as the time permits, and resolves not, the difference of weight is but little. And therefore, if he resolve not, he overvalues little things, which is pusillanimity. You overvalue little things. All actions and speeches that proceed or seem to proceed from much experience, science, discretion, or wit are honorable. For all these are powers, actions, or words that proceed from error, ignorance, or folly, dishonorable. Gravity, as far forth as it seems to proceed from a mind employed on something else, is honorable, because employment is a sign of power. But if it seem to proceed from a purpose to appear grave, it is dishonorable. For the gravity of the former is like the steadiness of a ship laden with merchandise, like AVGN doing, I just beat Bubble Bash. No, you didn't. But of the later, like the steadiness of a ship ballasted with sand and other trash. To be conspicuous, that is to say, to be known for wealth, office, great actions, or any eminent good, is honorable, as a sign of the power for which he is conspicuous. On the contrary, obscurity is dishonorable. To be descended from conspicuous parents is honorable, because they the more easily attain the aids and friends of their ancestors. On the contrary, to be descended from obscure parentage is dishonorable. Actions proceeding from equity joined with loss are honorable, as signs of magnanimity. For magnanimity is a sign of power. On the contrary, craft, shifting, neglect of equity is dishonorable. Nor does it alter the case of honor, whether an action, so it be great and difficult, and consequently a sign of much power, be just or unjust. For honor consisteth only in the opinion of power. Therefore, the ancient heathen did not think they dishonored, but greatly honored the gods when they introduced them in their poems, committing rapes, thefts, and other great but unjust or unclean acts, insomuch as nothing is so much celebrated in Jupiter as his adulteries, nor in Mercury as his frauds and thefts, of whose praise in a hymn of Homer the greatest is this, that being born in the morning, he had intervened music at noon, and before night stolen away the cattle of Apollo from his herdsmen. Also among men, till there were constituted great commonwealths, it was thought no dishonor to be a pirate or a highway thief, but rather a lawful trade, not only amongst the Greeks, but also amongst all other nations, as is manifest by the histories of ancient time. And at this day, in this part of the world, private duels are and always will be honorable, though unlawful, till such time as there shall be honor ordained for them that refuse, and ignominy for them that make the challenge. For duels also are many times effects of courage, and the ground of courage is always strength or skill, which are power, though for the most part they are effects of rash speaking and of the fear of dishonor, in one or both the combatants, who engaged by rashness are driven into the list to avoid disgrace. Scutcheons and coats of arms hereditary, where they have any eminent privileges, are honorable, otherwise not, for their power consisteth either in such privileges or in riches, or such thing as is equally honored in other men. This kind of honor, commonly called gentry, has been derived from the ancient Germans, for there never was any such thing known where the German customs were unknown, nor is it now anywhere in use where the Germans have not inhabited. The ancient Greek commanders, when they went to war, had their shields painted with such devices as they pleased, insomuch as an unpainted buckler was a sign of poverty and of a common soldier, but they transmitted not the inheritance of them. The Romans transmitted the marks of their families, but they were the images, not the devices of their ancestors. Amongst the people of Asia, Africa, and America, there is not, nor was ever, any such thing. The Germans only had that custom, from whom it has been derived into England, France, Spain, and Italy, when, in great numbers, they either aided the Romans or made their own conquest in these western parts of the world. For Germany, being anciently, as all other countries in their beginnings, divided amongst an infinite number of little lords or masters of families that continually had wars with one another, those masters or lords, principally to the end they might, when they were covered with arms, be known by their followers, and partly for ornament, both painted their armor or their scutcheon or coat with the picture of some beast or other thing, and also put some eminent and visible mark upon the crest of their helmets. and his ornament both of the arms and crest descended by inheritance to their children, to their eldest pure, and to the rest with some note of diversity, such as the old master, that is to say in Dutch, the herald, through fit. But when many such families joined together made a great monarchy, this duty of the herald, to distinguish scutcheons was made a private office apart. And the issue of these lords is the great and ancient gentry, which for the most part bear living creatures noted for courage and rapine, or castles, battlements, belts, weapons, bars, palisadoes, and other notes of war, nothing being then in honor but virtue military. Afterwards, not only kings, but popular commonwealths gave diverse manners of scutcheons to such as went forth to the war, or returned from it, for encouragement or recompense to their service. All which by an observing reader may be found in such ancient histories, Greek and Latin, as make mention of the German nation and manners in their times. Titles of honor such as our Duke, Count, Marquis, and Baron are honorable, as signifying the value set upon them by the sovereign power of the Commonwealth, which titles were in old time titles of office and command, derived some from the Romans, some from the Germans and French, dukes and Latin duces, being generals in war, counts, comites, such as bear the general company out of friendship, and were left to govern and defend places conquered, and pacified. Marquises, marchionnes, were counts that governed the marches, or bounds of the empire, which titles of duke, count, and marquis came into the empire about the time of Constantine the Great, from the customs of the German militia. But baron seems to have been a title of the Gauls, and signifies a great man, such as were the kings or princes' men, whom they employed in war about their persons, and seems to be derived from vir, to ber, and bar, that signified the same in the language of the Gauls, that vir in Latin, and thence to bero and baro, so that such men were called barones, and after barones, and in Spanish barones. But he that would know more particular the original of titles of honor may find it, as I have done this, in Mr. Selden's most excellent treatise of that subject. In process of time, these offices of honor, by occasion of trouble and for reason of good and peaceable government, were turned into mere titles, serving for the most part to distinguish the precedence, place, and order of subjects in the commonwealth. And men were made dukes, marquises, counts, and barons of places, wherein they had neither possession nor command, and other titles also were devised to the same end. Worthiness is a thing different from the worth or value of a man, and also from his merit or desert, and consisteth in a particular power or ability for that, whereof he is said to be worthy, which particular ability is usually named fitness, or aptitude, or competence. For he is worthiest to be a commander, to be a judge, or to have any other charge that is best fitted with the qualities required to the well discharging of it. CEOs everywhere? The only thing you guys are well disposed to do is steal money. And worthiest of riches, that has the qualities most requisite for the well using of them. Any of which qualities being absent, one may nevertheless be a worthy man, and valuable for something else. Yeah, these CEOs of video game companies, they're probably valuable for something else. Like, I bet you, they would make incredible, just absolutely incredible fertilizer. Again, a may be worthy of riches, office, and employment that nevertheless can plead no right to have it before another, and therefore cannot be said to merit or deserve it. For merit presupposeth a right, and that the thing deserved is due by promise, of which I shall say more hereafter, when I shall speak of contracts. The Difference of Manners, Chapter 11 of Leviathan, by Thomas Hobbes. By manners, I mean not here decency of behavior, as how one man should salute another, or how a man should wash his mouth, or pick his teeth before company, and such other points of the small morals, but those qualities of mankind that concern their living together in peace and unity, To which end we are to consider that the felicity of this life consisteth not in the repose of a mind satisfied. For there is no such finis ultimus, utmost aim, nor summum bonum, greatest good, as is spoken of in the books of the old moral philosophers. Nor can a man any more live whose desires are at an end than he whose senses and imaginations are at a stand. Felicity is a continual progress of the desire from one object to another, the attaining of the former being still but the way to the later. The cause whereof is that the object of man's desire is not to enjoy once only and for one instant of time, but to assure forever the way of his future desire. And therefore the voluntary actions and inclinations of all men tend not only to the procuring, but also to the assuring of a contented life, and differ onely in the way, which ariseth partly from the diversity of passions in diverse men, and partly from the difference of the knowledge or opinion each one has of the causes which produce the effect desired. So that in the first place I put for a general inclination of all mankind a perpetual and restless desire for power after power, that ceaseth only in death. And the cause of this is not always that a man hopes for a more intensive delight than he has already attained to, or that he cannot be content with a moderate power, but because he cannot assure the power and means to live well, which he hath present, without the acquisition of more. And from hence it is that kings, whose power is greatest, turn their endeavor to the assuring it at home by laws, or abroad by wars, and when that is done, there succeedeth a new desire, in some of fame from new conquest, in others of ease and sensual pleasure, in others of admiration or being flattered for excellence in some art or other ability of the mind. Competition of riches, honor, command, or other power inclineth to contention, enmity, and war, because the way of one competitor to the attaining of his desire is to kill, subdue, supplant, or repel the other. Particularly, competition of praise inclineth to a reverence of antiquity, for men contend with the living, not with the dead, to these ascribing more than due, that they may obscure the glory of the other. Desire of ease and sensual delight disposeth men to obey a common power, because by such desires a man doth abandon the protection might be hoped for from his own industry and labor. If you have a job, if you take an income from someone other than yourself, what you are is a fucking coward. What you desire is ease, sensual delight. You're a fucking coward, a big old pussy. Fear of death and wounds disposeth to the same pussiness. Fear of death and wounds is pussiness. You're a pussy. And for the same reason. On the contrary, needy men and hardy, not contented with their present condition, as also all men that are ambitious of military command, are inclined to continue the causes of war, and to stir up trouble and sedition. Oh, I'm trying to stir up trouble and sedition, believe me. For there is no honor. You understand that I'm only here to stir the pot, call you an asshole, and get you to drop out from civilization, right? There is no honor military but by war, nor any such hope to mend an ill game as by causing a new shuffle. Desire of knowledge and arts of peace inclineth men to obey a common power. And if you didn't know about me that I'm trying to create a new government and a new religion, and I'm trying to get all of this to topple around us in my lifetime, you have not been paying attention. Desire of knowledge and arts of peace inclineth men to obey a common power. For such desire containeth a desire of leisure. You desire to lie around and do nothing, and consequently protection from some other power than their own, whereas I desire to build. Desire of praise disposeth to laudable actions, like I guess Lonk thinks I have, such as please them whose judgment they value, for of those men whom we contemn also the praises. Yeah, I condemn your praise just as much as your shame. Fuck do you think you people are? Desire of fame after death does the same. And though after death there be no sense of the praise given us on earth, as being joys, that are either swallowed up in the unspeakable joys of heaven or extinguished in the extreme torments of hell. Yet is not such fame vain, because men have a present delight therein, from the foresight of it, and of the benefit that may rebound thereby to their posterity, which though they now see not, yet they imagine, and anything that is pleasure in the sense, the same also is pleasure in the imagination. To have received from one to whom we think ourselves equal greater benefits than there is hope to requite, disposeth to counterfeit love, but really secret hate, and puts a man into the estate of a desperate debtor, that in declining the sight of his creditor, tacitly wishes him there, where he might never see him more. For benefits oblige, and obligation is thraldom. Benefits oblige. If you accept benefits from your government, you are obligated to do what your government tells you to do. Obligation is thraldom. Vampires enthrall their victims. Accepting benefits from your work, they call it benefits. Accepting health benefits enthralls you to them. Which is to one's equal hateful. But to have received benefits from one whom we acknowledge our superior inclines to love, because the obligation is now depression and cheerful acceptation, which men call gratitude, is such an honor done to the obliger as is taken generally for retribution. Also to receive benefits, though from an equal, our inferior, as long as there is hope of requital, disposeth to love. For in the intention of the receiver, the obligation is of aid, in service mutual, from whence proceedeth an emulation of who shall exceed in benefiting, the most noble and profitable contention possible, wherein the victor is pleased with his victory, and the other revenged by confessing it. So, like, all of you who talk about at all that I live here are the others. You are revenged by me. You understand that? I have gotten revenge on you by not being in this tent, Lonk. You know that, right? To have done more hurt to a man than he can, or is willing to expiate, inclineth the doer to hate the sufferer, for he must expect revenge or forgiveness, both which are hateful. Fear of oppression disposeth a man to anticipate or to seek aid by society, for there is no other way by which a man can secure his life and liberty. Men that distrust their own subtlety are in tumult and sedition, better disposed for victory than they that suppose themselves wise or crafty. For these love to consult, the other, fearing to be circumvented, to strike first. And in sedition, men being always in the precincts of battle, to hold together and use all advantages of force is a better stratagem than any that can proceed from subtlety of wit. Vainglorious men, such as without being conscious to themselves of great sufficiency delight in supposing themselves gallant men, are inclined only to ostentation, but not to attempt. Because when danger or difficulty appears, they look for nothing but to have their insufficiency discovered. Donald Trump. Vainglorious men, such as estimate their sufficiency by the flattery of other men, or the fortune of some precedent action, without assured ground of hope from the true knowledge of themselves, are inclined to rash and raging. Yeah, you guys who, when I tell you, don't fucking talk to me right now, and sure as fuck, don't interrupt me to compliment me, get mad about that, and this is what's talking about you. Talking about you. You're vainglorious. You're trying to reach to somebody above your station. You're trying to get me to bless you back down. Vainglorious men, such as compliment me in the middle of my fucking talking, estimate their sufficiency by the flattery of other men, or the fortune of some precedent action, without assured ground of hope from the true knowledge of themselves, are inclined to rash engaging, and in the approach of danger or difficulty, to retire if they can. rash engagement, and then they go running away and unsub. And in the approach of danger or difficulty, to retire if they can, because not seeing the way of safety, they will rather hazard their honor, which may be salved, with an excuse than their lives, for which no salve is sufficient. Men that have a strong opinion of their own wisdom in matter of government are disposed to ambition, because without public employment and counsel or magistracy, the honor of their wisdom is lost, and therefore eloquent speakers are inclined to ambition. For eloquence seemeth wisdom, both to themselves and others. Pusillanimity disposeth men to irresolution, and consequently to lose the occasions and fittest opportunities of action. For after men have been in deliberation till the time of action approach, if it be not then manifest what is best to be done, 'tis a sign, the difference of motives. The one way and the other are not great, therefore not to resolve then is to lose the occasion by weighing of trifles, which is pusillanimity. Frugality, though in poor men a virtue, maketh a man unapt to achieve such actions as require the strength of many men at once. For it weakeneth their endeavor, which is to be nourished and kept in vigor by reward. Yeah, I can't actually do what I'm trying to do unless I have money, because what I don't have is a lot of people fucking helping me in a meaningful way. What I have a lot of is people fucking interrupting me. Confidence in others from ignorance of the marks of wisdom and kindness, eloquence, with flattery, disposeth men to confide in them that have it. Did you listen to that? Confidence in others from ignorance of the marks of wisdom and kindness, eloquence, with flattery. So complimenting me about something I'm not doing in the middle of what the fuck I'm doing, disposeth men to confide in them who have it. Speak to people like you. Because the former is seeming wisdom, the latter seeming kindness. Yeah, interrupted me to compliment me seems like kindness. Add to them military reputation, and it disposeth men to adhere and subject themselves to those men that have them. The two former, having given them caution against danger from him, the latter gives them caution against danger from others. Yeah. Flattering me in the middle of what I'm talking is an effort for me not to mute you like you've watched everybody else get muted. All it's going to do is get you muted next time. One of science, that is, ignorance of causes, disposeth. Yeah, your ignorance of why I'm muting people causes, disposeth, or rather constraineth a man to rely on the advice and authority of others. So you just do what other people are doing, even if it's a stupid fucking thing and you know it's going to get you killed. For all men whom the truth concerns, if they rely not on their own, must rely on the opinion of some other, whom they think wiser than themselves, and see not why they should deceive them. Ignorance of the signification of words, which is want of understanding, disposeth men to take on trust, not only the trust they know not, but also the errors, and which is more the nonsense of them they trust. For neither error nor nonsense can without a perfect understanding of words be detached. I'm still pissed off at you, Lunk. You don't want to show back up on my channel. Maybe ever. You will be muted. You fucking contradict me that people having violent and rapine thoughts doesn't lead to action, and then you disappear for 2 months, and then you show the fuck back up to interrupt me in the middle of a reading? Actually, where the fuck is your name? You're fucking done. Sit here and piss me off. Fucking idiots. Like I'm not going to remember. Ignorance of the signification of words, which is want of understanding, disposeth men to take on trust, not only the trust they know not, but also the errors, and which is more, the nonsense of them they trust. For neither error nor nonsense can without a perfect understanding of words be detected. From the same it proceedeth that men give different names to one and the same thing from the difference of their own passions, as they that approve a private Opinion, call it opinion, but they that mislike it, heresy. And yet, heresy signifies no more than private opinion, but has only a greater tincture of choler. From the same also it proceedeth, that men cannot distinguish without study and great understanding between one action of many men and many actions of one multitude, as for example, between the one action of all the senators of Rome in killing Catiline, and the many actions of a number of senators in killing Caesar, and therefore are disposed to take for the action of the people that which is a multitude of actions done by a multitude of men, led perhaps by the persuasion of one. Adherence to custom, from ignorance of the nature of right and wrong, ignorance of the causes and original constitution of right, equity, law, and justice, disposeth a man to make custom an example, the rule of his actions, in such manner as to think that unjust, which it hath been the custom to punish, and that just, of the impunity and approbation whereof they can produce an example, or as the lawyers which only use the false measure of justice barbarously call it, a precedent, like little children that have no other rule of good and evil manners but the correction they receive from their parents and masters, save that children are constant to their rule, whereas men are not so, because grown strong and stubborn they appeal from custom to reason, and from reason to custom, as it serves their turn. Receding from custom, Republicans. Receding from custom when their interest requires it, Republicans, and setting themselves against reason as oft as reason is against them, Republicans, which is the cause that the doctrine of right and wrong is perpetually disputed, both by the pen and the sword, Republicans. Whereas the doctrine of lines and figures is not so. Like, this could just be talking about Antonin Scalia. Because men care not in that subject what be truth, as a thing that crosses no man's ambition, profit, or lust. For I doubt not, but if it had been a thing contrary to any man's right of dominion, or to the interest of men that have dominion, that the 3 angles of a triangle should be equal to 2 angles of a square, that doctrine should have been, if not disputed, yet by the burning of all books of geometry suppressed, as far as he whom it concerned was able. Adherence to private men, from ignorance of the causes of peace, ignorance of remote causes, disposeth men to attribute all events to the causes immediate and instrumental. Social media. Whatever thing you're on, you're going to blame for what's wrong with you. And hence it comes to pass that in all places men that are grieved with payments to the public discharge their anger upon the publicans, that is to say, farmers, collectors, and other officers of the public revenue, and adhere to such as find fault with the public government, and thereby, when they have engaged themselves beyond hope of justification, fall also upon the supreme authority, for fear of punishment, or shame of receiving pardon. Ignorance of natural causes disposeth a man to credulity. Ignorance of natural causes disposes a man to credulity. Not knowing the fuck about anything disposes you to believe fuckery about anything, so as to believe many times impossibilities. For such know nothing to the contrary, but that they may be true. You ever flirted with the flat earth? Being unable to detect the impossibility. You ever flirted with Mormonism, Islam? And credulity, because men love to be hearkened unto in company, disposeth them to lying, New Age. So that ignorance itself, without malice, is able to make a man both to believe lies and tell them, Nazi Germany, and sometimes also to invent them, Donald Trump. Anxiety for the future time disposeth men to inquire into the causes of things, because the knowledge of them maketh men the better able to order the present to their best advantage. The Great Depression. Curiosity or love of the knowledge of causes draws a man from consideration of the effect to seek the cause, and again the cause of that cause, till of necessity he must come to this thought at last, that there is some cause, whereof there is no former cause, but is eternal, which is it men call God, so that it is impossible to make any profound inquiry into natural causes, without being inclined thereby to believe there is one God eternal. Yeah, the Big Bang is an uncaused cause, guys. God is the only uncausable cause, and the Big Bang Theory is an uncaused cause. Though they cannot have any idea of him in their mind, unanswerable to his nature. You understand that the Big Bang Theory exists as God in science, right? It's the God in the gaps. Though they cannot have any idea of him in their mind, answerable to his nature. They can have no idea of what the Big Bang was, answerable to the nature of the Big Bang. It's just God. For as a man that is born blind, hearing men talk of warming themselves by the fire and being brought to warm himself by the same, may easily conceive and assure himself there is somewhat there, which men call fire, and is the cause of the heat he feels, but cannot imagine what it is like, nor have any idea of it in his mind, such as they have that see it. So also, by the visible things of this world and their admirable order, a man may conceive there is a cause of them, which men call God, the Big Bang, and yet not have any idea or image of it in their mind. And they that make little or no inquiry into the natural causes of things, yet from the fear that proceeds from the ignorance itself of what it is that hath the power to do them much good or harm, are inclined to suppose and feign unto themselves several kinds of powers invisible. People who make random choices just hoping that life is going to work out for them okay and cannot understand the consequences of their behavior is what he is just talking about. He is talking about people who believe in angels and ghosts and all this shit that's going to protect them, but they have no fundamental understanding of how the fucking internet works. That's what he's talking about. And to stand in awe of their own imaginations, and in time of distress to invoke them. Yeah, people just, I got this ghost that makes good and bad things happen to me. Like that guy, he talks about it's got his trickster that he uses to explain when he just loses things. Yeah, to give them thanks. Thank you, trickster. Which, making the creatures of their own fancy their gods. Do it as a metaphor to explain the psychology by doing it. By which means it hath come to pass that from the innumerable variety of fancy men have created in the world innumerable sorts of gods. And this fear of things invisible is the natural seed of that, which every one in himself calleth religion, and in them that worship or fear that power otherwise than they do, superstition. And this seed of religion, having been observed by many, some of those that have observed it have been inclined thereby to nourish, dress, and form it into laws, and to add to it their own invention, any opinion of the causes of future events, by which they thought they should best be able to govern others, and make unto themselves the greatest use of their powers. There is no difference in an ancient religion and a modern government. No difference. The United States of America, the governments from the smallest local all the way up to the federal, it's just the papacy. Seeing there are no signs nor fruit of religion, but in man onely, there is no cause to doubt, but that the seed of religion is also onely in man. The only reason that any of these organizations, the United States and the papacy or anything remotely like them, has the ability to be what they are is because they have the money to pay the people with the guns. You understand that, right? Like, the cops aren't here to protect you. They're here to beat you to death if they feel like it. But the seed of religion is also onely in man. If you're doing religion with more than one person, you're doing it wrong. And consisteth in some peculiar quality, or at least in some eminent degree thereof, not to be found in other living creatures. And first, it is peculiar to the nature of man to be inquisitive into the causes of the events they see, some more, some less, but all men so much as to be curious in the search of the causes of their own good and evil fortunes. Secondly, upon the sight of anything that hath a beginning, to think also it had a cause which determined the same to begin, then when it did, rather than sooner or later. I don't know what that means. Thirdly, whereas there is no other felicity of beasts but the enjoying of their quotidian food, ease, and lust, as having little or no foresight of the time to come, for want of observation and memory of the order, consequence, and dependence of the things they see. Man observeth how one event hath been produced by another, and remembereth in them antecedents and consequence. Which is why I ask all the time, does fucking nobody remember, I don't know, last year? Nobody? Nobody remembers the events of any year of their life before this moment right now when it's convenient for them to misremember. Nobody. Okay. And when he cannot assure himself of the true causes of things, for the causes of good and evil fortune for the most part are invisible, he supposes causes of them, either such as his own fancy suggesteth, like that YouTube and social media, or the blame or the good of everything. Or trusteth to the authority of other men, such as he thinks to be his friends and wiser than himself, like your YouTube channel that's railing about AI is going to ruin the world. The natural cause of religion, the anxiety of the time to come, the two first make anxiety. For being assured that there be causes of all things that have arrived hitherto, or shall arrive hereafter, it is impossible for a man who continually endeavoreth to secure himself against the evil he fears and procure the good he desires, not to be in a perpetual solicitude of the time to come. Solicitude meaning buying. So that every man, especially those that are over-provident, are in an estate like to that of Prometheus. Tell me about it. For as Prometheus, which interpreted is the prudent man. No, it actually means first mind. It doesn't mean the prudent man. It means the first mind, or the first thinker. He can make it the prudent man, but that's not what it means. It means first thinker. Mateus is thinker, so first thinker, first mind. It's actually not even first, it's forethought is actually what his name means. His name straight up just means forethought, thinking ahead. His brother Epimetheus is afterthought. He's wrong about this. It doesn't mean the prudent man. Was bound to the hill Caucasus, a place of large prospect, where an eagle, feeding on his liver, devoured in the day as much as was repaired in the night. So that man which looks too far before him in the care of future time hath his heart all the day long gnawed on by fear of death, poverty, or other calamity, and has no repose, nor pause of his anxiety, but in sleep. That's not what Hesiod meant. That's not what Hesiod meant. This perpetual fear always accompanying, that's not even what's in Prometheus Unbound, or Prometheus Bound, rather. Just because Thomas Hobbes is well written doesn't mean that, or well read, doesn't mean he's read everything that he claims to comment on. I haven't read everything I've commented on. This perpetual fear always accompanying mankind and the ignorance of causes, as it were in the dark, must needs have for objects something. And therefore, when there is nothing to be seen, there is nothing to accuse, either of their good or evil fortune, but some power or agent invisible, in which sense perhaps it was that some of the old poets said that the gods were at first created by humane fear, which, spoken of the gods, that is to say, of the many gods of the Gentiles, is very true. But the acknowledging of one God eternal, infinite, and omnipotent may more easily be derived from the desire men have to know the causes of natural bodies and their several virtues and operations, than from the fear of what was to befall them in time to come. That's not true. It's not true. The fear of what was to befall them in time to come is how Christianity whittled down to one God. That praying to one thing that was in control, that is in control of everything, rather than an infinite number of things that are in control of particular things, is a significantly faster and much more marketable and monetizable religion. It's just a monetizable approach. And so then you put priests in the way that say, no, we're the only people who can talk to God. Yeah, we have to give us money, and we'll talk to God for you. You arrive at Catholicism. He's wrong about this, and his description of how religion came about is frankly stupid. He can't have a different one and have Christians of the 17th century reading him. For he that from any effect he seeth come to pass should reason to the next and immediate cause thereof, and from thence to the cause of that cause, and plunge himself profoundly in the pursuit of causes, shall at last come to this, that there must be, as even the heathen philosophers confessed, one first mover, that is, a first and an eternal cause of all things, which is that which men mean by the name of God, and all this without thought of their fortune, the solicitude whereof both inclines to fear and hinders them from the search of the causes of other things. It's not true. When he says that people call, the highest power God and without thought to their fortune, it's not true. That's just not true. Pascal's wager is that when you decide whether you're going to worship the God of the Christians or any other God or just no God, you need to realize that you are wagering in a bet of your eternal soul. And so if you're not thinking of your future benefice or whatever he said, your future fortune, you're not thinking about heaven, what are you doing it for? The solicitude whereof both inclines to fear. If you're not doing it thinking about your future in heaven, you're doing it thinking about the power that you're going to have in your community using that cult. That's what you're thinking about. You're absolutely only involved in a religious organization for your fortune. The solicitude whereof both inclines to fear and hinders them from the search of the cause of other things, and thereby gives occasion to feigning of as many gods as there be men that feign them. But it's also true, you can, as many gods as worship, or as many men as worship the one God, are still feigning that he's in control of everything. And for the matter or substance of the invisible agents, because if he's in control of everything, then there is no devil. If there is a devil, then he's not control of everything. If he's control of everything and there is the devil, he is also the devil. So this logic that Thomas Hobbes is using here, wildly flawed if you believe in monotheism. Monotheism can't have a duality. It's not dualism. And for that matter or substance of the invisible agent so fancy, they could not by natural cognition fall upon any other concept, but that it was the same with that of the souls of man, and that the soul of man was of the same substance with that which appeareth in a dream, to one that sleepeth, or in a looking glass, to one that is awake, which men not knowing that such apparitions are nothing else but creatures of the fancy, think to the real, and external substances, and therefore call them ghosts, as the Latins called them images, imagines, that's the word, and umbrae, and thought them spirits, that is, thin, aerial bodies, and those invisible agents which they feared to be like them, save that they appear and vanish when they please. But the opinion that such spirits were incorporeal or immaterial could never enter into the mind of any man by nature, because though men may put together words of contradictory simplification, as spirit and incorporeal, yet they can never have the imagination of anything answering to them, and therefore men that by their own meditation arrive to the acknowledgement of one infinite, omnipotent, and eternal God, choose rather to confess he is incomprehensible and above their understanding, facts, than to define his nature by spirit and corporeal, and then confess their definition to be unintelligible. Or, if they give him such a title, it is not dogmatically with intention to make the divine nature understood, but piously to honor him with attributes of significations as remote as they can from the grossness of bodies visible. So what he's saying is that God doesn't have a body, and nobody believes that God has a body, and the people that believe that God has a body are stupid and don't believe anything else that makes any fucking sense either. Then, for the way by which they think these invisible agents wrought their effects, that is to say, what immediate causes they used in bringing things to pass, men that know not what it is that we call causing, that is, almost all men, have no other rule to guess by, but by observing, and remembering what they have seen to precede the like effect at some other time, or times before, without seeing between the antecedent and subsequent event any dependence or connection at all. Like people who refuse to see that there's a connection between, the development of PC gaming as it became games for Windows, and then Steam, and then PlayStation 3 deciding that it didn't want to be customizable anymore, and then only having movies on it, and then the PlayStation 4 being over expensive and not having any games and everything being cross-platform because the consoles are irrelevant and everybody really just wants a PC. It's like people pretending that this didn't happen. That's what he's talking about. Then, for the way by which they think these invisible agents wrought their effects, because you understand that people think that CEOs are invisible agents, right? Like, the invisible hand of the market is a phrase that people still use. That is to say, what immediate causes they used in bringing things to pass. Men that know not what it is that we call causing, that is almost all men, have no other rule to guess by, but by observing and remembering what they have seen to precede the like effect at some other time, or times before, without seeing between the antecedent and the subsequent event any dependence or connection at all. That's why I ask, you were alive. You don't remember? You don't notice the through line between these things? You don't notice the same fucking thing? No, you don't. And therefore, from the like things past, they expect the like things to come, and hope for good or evil luck superstitiously from things that have no part at all in the causing of it. You know, like buying your fucking Funko Pops and fucking praying to them that you'll get a sequel to your fucking movie. As the Athenians did for their war at Lepanto, demand another Phormio, the Pompeian faction for their war in Africa, another Scipio, and others have done in diverse other occasions since. In like manner, they attribute their fortune to a stander by, to a lucky or unlucky place, to words spoken, especially if the name of God be amongst them, is charming and conjuring, the liturgy of witches. Inasmuch to believe they have power to turn a stone into bread, bread into a man, or anything into any other thing. Thirdly, for the worship which naturally men exhibit to powers invisible, it can be no other but such expressions of their reverence as they would use toward men. Gifts, petitions, thanks, submission of body, considerate addresses, sober behavior, premeditated words, swearing, that is assuring one another of their promises by invoking them. Beyond that reason suggesteth nothing, but leaves them either to rest there or for further ceremonies, to rely on those they believe to be wiser than themselves. Lastly, concerning how these invisible powers declare to men the things which shall hereafter come to pass, especially concerning their good or evil fortune in general, or good or ill success in any particular undertaking, men are naturally at a stand, save that using to conjecture of the time to come by the time past, they are very apt, not only to take casual things after one or two encounters for prognostics of the like encounter ever after, but also to believe the like prognostics from other men, on whom they have once conceived a good opinion. So like our entire modern economy, you know that our entire modern economy is just college graduate prognosticators, prognosticators. Gnostic means magic knowing. Prognostication is to know something before other people, magically, just appears in your body. You understand that prognostication is what you're doing at work. If what you do is work in marketing or you work in numbers and you're telling your boss that no, the sales figures are going to be fine this month. It's magic. And the modern economy runs on it. Every budget and every business in every country in this world runs off prognostication. And in these four things, opinion of ghost, ignorance of second causes, devotion towards what men fear, and taking of things casual for prognostication, consisteth the natural seed of religion. It's all a religion. The United States government, Sony, Pepsi, every corporation, every government, every gathering together of two or more human beings is cult. And then when they believe wild shit about why the things they're doing work, like science, it's just religion. It's just magic. It's just standing around a cauldron going, trouble and boil or whatever. For these seeds have received culture from two sorts of men. One sort have been they that have nourished and ordered them according to their own invention. The other have done it by God's commandment and direction. But both sorts have done it with a purpose to make those men that relied on them the more apt to obedience, laws, peace, charity, and civil society, so that the religion of the former sort is a part of humane politics. He and I agree on this. Religion is just government, and teacheth part of the duty which earthly kings require of their subjects. And the religion of the latter sort is divine politics, and containeth precepts to those that have yielded themselves subjects in the kingdom of God. Of the former sort were all of the founders of commonwealths and the lawgivers of the Gentiles. Of the later sort were Abraham, Moses, and our blessed Savior, by whom have been derived unto us the laws of the kingdom of God. Actually, all three of those people are fictions that humans used to give laws. And for that part of religion, which consisteth in opinions concerning the nature of powers invisible, there is almost nothing that has a name, that has not been esteemed amongst the Gentiles in one place or another, a god or devil, or by their poets feigned to be inanimated, inhabited, or possessed by some spirit or other. The unformed matter of the world was a god by the name of chaos. The heaven, the ocean, the planets, the fire, the earth, the winds were so many gods. Men, women, a bird, a crocodile, a calf, a dog, a snake, an onion, a leek, deified. Besides, that they filled almost all places with spirits called demons, the plains with Pan and Panuses, or satyrs, the woods with fauns and nymphs, the sea with tritons and other nymphs, every river and fountain with the ghost of his name, and with nymphs, every house with its lairs or familiars, every man with his genius, hell with ghosts and spiritual officers, as Charon, Kerberos, and the Furies, and in the nighttime all places with larvae, lemures, ghosts of men deceased, and a whole kingdom of fairies and bugbears. They've also ascribed divinity and built temples to mere accidents and qualities such as our time, night, day, peace, concord, love, contention, virtue, honor, health, rust, fever, and the like. I tell you all the time, these words were gods at one point. Which when they prayed for or against, they prayed to, as if there were ghosts of those names hanging over their heads, and letting fall or withholding that good or evil for or against which they prayed, and they believed that it was like that real time. They invoked also their own wit by the name of muses, their own ignorance by the name of fortune, their own lust by the name of Cupid, their own rage by the name of Furies, their own privy members by the name of Priapus, and attributed their pollutions to incubi and succubi. Insomuch as there was nothing which a poet could introduce as a person in his poem which they did not make either a god or a devil. The same authors of the religion of the Gentiles, observing the second ground for religion, which is men's ignorance of causes, and thereby their aptness to attribute their fortune to causes on which there was no dependence at all apparent, took occasion to obtrude on their ignorance instead of second causes, a kind of second and ministerial gods, ascribing the cause of fecundity to Venus, the cause of arts to Apollo, of subtlety and craft to Mercury, of tempests and storms to Aeolus, and of other defects to other gods, insomuch as there was amongst the heathen almost as much variety of gods as of business. And what's his name? Augustine of Hippo says as much in City of God. And to the worship which naturally men conceived fit to be used towards their gods, namely oblations, prayers, thanks, and the rest formerly named. The same legislators of the Gentiles have added their images both in picture and scripture, that the more ignorant sort, that is to say the most part, or the generality of the people, thinking the gods for whose representation they were made were really included, and as it were housed within them, might so much the more stand in fear of them, and endowed them with lands and houses and officers and revenues set apart from all other humane uses, that is, consecrated and made holy to those their idols, as caverns, groves, woods, mountains, and whole lands. and have attributed to them not only the shapes, some of men, some of beasts, some of monsters, but also the faculties and passions of men and beasts, as sense, speech, sex, lust, generation, and this not only by mixing one with another to propagate the kind of gods, but also by mixing with men and women to beget mongrel gods, and but inmates of heaven and Bacchus, Heracles, and others, besides anger, revenge, and other passions of living creatures, and the actions proceeding from them, as fraud, theft, adultery, sodomy, and any vice that may be taken for an effect of power or a cause of pleasure, and all such vices as amongst men are taken to be against law rather than against honor. Lastly, to the prognostics of time to come, which are naturally but conjectures upon the experience of time past and supernatural, divine revelation, the same authors of the religion of the Gentiles, partly upon pretended experience, partly upon pretended revelation, have added innumerable other superstitious ways of divination, and made men believe they should find their fortune sometimes in the ambiguous or senseless answers of the priests at Delphi, Delos, Amos, and other famous oracles, which answers were made ambiguous by design to own the event both ways, or absurd by the intoxicating vapor of the place, which is very frequent in sulphurous caverns. Sometimes in the leaves of the Sibyls, of whose prophecies, like those perhaps of Nostradamus, for the fragments now extant seem to be the invention of later times, there were some books in reputation in the time of the Roman Republic. Sometimes in the insignificant speeches of madmen, supposed to be possessed with a divine spirit, which possession they called enthusiasm, and these kinds of foretelling events were accounted theomancy. If Rachel, if you're listening, this is why enthusiasm and I are like this. Sometimes I use the modern English, but usually I'm using the magic word. I don't have any particular enthusiasm for this. Enthusiasm is properly defined in this way. Sometimes in the insignificant speeches of madmen, supposed to be possessed with a divine spirit, which possession they call enthusiasm, and these kinds of foretelling events were accounted theomancy, or prophecy, sometimes in the aspect of the stars at their nativity, which was called horoscopy, and esteemed a part of judiciary astrology, sometimes in their own hopes and fears called tumomancy, or presage. Sometimes, in the prediction of witches, they pretended conference with the dead, which is called necromancy, conjuring, and witchcraft, and is but juggling and confederate knavery. Sometimes in the casual... You logged in as me for some reason? Sometimes in the casual flight or feeding of birds, called augury, sometimes in the entrails of a sacrificed beast, which were Araspicina, sometimes in dreams, sometimes in croaking of ravens, or chattering of birds, sometimes in the lineaments of the face, which are called metoposcopy. I've never heard that word, never read that word before. Metoposcopy, or by palmistry, in the lines of the hand, in casual words called omina, sometimes in monsters or unusual accidents, as eclipses, comets, rare meteors, earthquakes, inundations, uncouth births, and the like, which they call portenta and ostenta, because they thought them to portend or foreshow some great calamity to come. Sometimes in mere lottery, as cross and pile, counting holes in a sieve, dipping of verses in Homer, Virgil, and innumerable other such vain concepts. So easy are men to be drawn to believe anything from such men as have gotten credit with them, and can with gentleness and dexterity take hold of their fear and ignorance. The designs of the authors of the religion of the heathen, and therefore the first founders and legislators of commonwealths among the Gentiles, whose ends were only to keep the people in obedience, peace, have in all places taken care, first, to imprint in their minds a belief that those precepts which they have concerning religion might not be thought to proceed from their own device, but from the dictates of some god or other spirit, or else that they themselves were of a higher nature than mere mortals, that their laws might the more easily be received. So Numa Pompilius pretended to receive the ceremonies he instituted among the Romans from the Nymphageria, And the first king and founder of the kingdom of Peru pretended himself and his wife to be the children of the sun. And Mahomet, to set up his new religion, pretended to have conferences with the Holy Ghost in form of a dove. Secondly, they have had a care to make it believed that the same things were displeasing to the gods, which were forbidden by the laws. Thirdly, to prescribe ceremonies, supplications, sacrifices, and festivals by which they were to believe the anger of the gods might be appeased, and that ill success in war, great contagions of sickness, earthquakes, and each man's private misery came from the anger of the gods. Yeah, losing the Super Bowl is because God's mad at you. And their anger from the neglect of their worship, or the forgetting or mistaking some point of the ceremonies required. And though amongst the ancient Romans, men were not forbidden to deny that which in the poets is written of the pains and pleasures after this life, which diverse of great authority and gravity in the state have in their harangues openly derided. Yet that belief was always more cherished than the contrary. And by these and such other institutions, they obtained in order to their end, which was the peace of the commonwealth, that the common people in their misfortunes, laying the fault on neglect or error in their ceremonies, or on their own disobedience to the laws, were the less apt to mutiny against their governors. You notice that? If the gods were involved, people were less likely to mutiny. And being entertained with the pomp and pastime of festivals and pub-like games, that does say pub-like. It's public. It does say pub-like. Games made in honor of the gods needed nothing else but bread to keep them from discontent, murmuring, and commotion against the state. And therefore the Romans, that had conquered the greatest part of the known world, made no scruple of tolerating any religion whatsoever in the city of Rome itself, unless it had something in it that could not consist with their civil government. Nor do we read that any religion was more forbidden but that of the Jews, who, being the peculiar kingdom of God, thought it unlawful to acknowledge subject to any mortal king or state whatsoever. And thus you see how the religion of the Gentiles was a part of their policy. The true religion and the laws of God's kingdom the same, but where God himself, by supernatural revelation, planted religion. There he also made to himself a peculiar kingdom, and gave laws, not only of behavior towards himself, but also towards one another. And thereby, in the kingdom of God, the policy and laws civil are a part of religion, and therefore the distinction of temporal and spiritual domination hath there no place. It is true that God is king of all the earth, yet may he be king of a peculiar and chosen nation. For there is no more incongruity therein than that he hath the general command of the whole army, should have withal a peculiar regiment or company of his own. God is king of all the earth by his power, but of his chosen people he is king by covenant. But to speak more largely of the kingdom of God, both by nature and covenant, I have in the following discourse assigned another place. Christians are confused if they think that they participate in the covenant of Judaism, especially Christians back then. American Christians, they circumcised. These guys didn't. You have to be circumcised in order to go to heaven. It says so in the book. From the propagation of religion, it is not hard to understand the causes of the resolution of the same into its first seeds or principles, which are only an opinion of a deity, powers invisible and supernatural, that can never be so abolished out of human nature, but that new religions may again be made to spring out of them by the culture of such men as for such purpose are in reputation. For seeing all formed religion is founded at first upon the faith which a multitude hath in some one person, whom they believe not only to be a wise man and to labor to procure their happiness, but also to be a holy man, to whom God himself vouchsafeth to declare his will supernaturally. It followeth necessarily, when they that have the government of religion shall come to have either the wisdom of those men, their sincerity, or their love suspected, or they shall be unable to show any probable token of divine revelation, that the religion which they desire to uphold must be suspected likewise, and, without the fear of the civil sword, contradicted and rejected. Every major religion today must be contradicted and rejected. That which taketh away the reputation of wisdom in him that formeth a religion, or addeth to it when it is already formed, is the enjoining of a belief of contradictories. For both parts of a contradiction cannot possibly be true, and therefore to enjoin the belief of them is an argument of ignorance, which detects the author in that, and discredits him in all things, else he shall propound as from revelation supernatural, which revelation a man may indeed have of many things above, but of nothing against natural reason. That which taketh away the reputation of sincerity is the doing or saying of such things as appear to be signs, that what they require other men to believe is not believed by themselves, all which doings or sayings are therefore called scandalous, because they be stumbling blocks that make men to fall in the way of religion, as injustice, cruelty, profanesse, avarice, and luxury. For who can believe that he that doth ordinarily such actions as proceed from any of these roots, believeth there is any such invisible power to be feared, as he affrighteth other men withal for lesser faults. That which taketh away the reputation of love is the being detected of private ends, as when the belief that require of others conduceth or seemeth to conduce to the acquiring of dominion, riches, dignity, or secure pleasure, to themselves only, or specially. For that which men reap benefit by to themselves, they are thought to do for their own sakes, and not for love of others. Lastly, the testimony that men can render of divine calling can be no other than the operation of miracles, or true prophecy, which also is a miracle, or extraordinary felicity, and therefore to those points of religion which have been received from them that did such miracles, those that are added by such as approve not their calling by some miracle, obtain no greater belief than what the custom and laws of the places in which they be educated have wrought into them. For, as in natural things, men of judgment require natural signs and arguments, so in supernatural things they require signs supernatural, which are miracles, before they consent inwardly and from their hearts. All which causes of the weakening of men's faith do manifestly appear in the examples following. First, we have the example of the children of Israel, who, when Moses, that had approved his calling to them by miracles and by the happy conduct of them out of Egypt, was absent but 40 days, revolted from the worship of the true God, recommended to them by him, and setting up, Exodus 32, 1-2, a golden calf for their God, relapsed in the idolatry of the Egyptians, from whom they had been so lately delivered. And again, after Moses, Aaron, Joshua, and that generation which had seen the great works of God in Israel, Judges 2:11, were dead, another generation arose and served Baal, so that miracles failing, faith also failed. Again, when the sons of Samuel, 1 Samuel 8:3, being constituted by their father judges in Beersheba, received bribes and judged unjustly, the people of Israel refused any more to have God be their king, in other manner than he was king of other people, and therefore cried out to Samuel to choose them a king after the manner of the nations, so that justice failing, faith also failed, insomuch as they deposed their God from reigning over them. And whereas in the planting of Christian religion the oracles ceased in all parts of the Roman Empire, and the number of Christians increased wonderfully every day, and at every place by the preaching of the apostles and evangelists, a great part of that success may reasonably be attributed to the contempt into which the priests of the Gentiles of that time had brought themselves by their uncleanness, avarice, and juggling between princes. Also, the religion of the Church of Rome was partly for the same cause abolished in England and many other parts of Christendom, insomuch as the failing of virtue in the pastors maketh faith fail in the people, and partly from bringing of the philosophy and doctrine of Aristotle into religion by the schoolmen, from whence there arose so many contradictions and absurdities as brought the clergy into a reputation both of ignorance and of fraudulent intention, and inclined people to revolt from them, either against the will of their own princes, as in France and Holland, or with their will, as in England, like with me, with science. You know that science is a Catholic organization, right? Lastly, amongst the points by the Church of Rome declared necessary for salvation, there be so many manifestly to the advantage of the Pope and of his spiritual subjects, residing in the territories of other Christian princes, that were it not for the mutual emulation of those princes, they might without war or trouble exclude all foreign authority, as easily as had it been excluded in England. For who is there that does not see, to whose benefit it conduceth, to have it believe it, that a king hath not his authority from Christ unless a bishop crown him? And also, the Pope sided with fucking Hitler. The Pope can fuck off. The Pope's a Nazi. The current Pope, too. That a king, if he be a priest, cannot marry? That whether a prince be born in lawful marriage or not must be judged by authority from Rome? That subjects may be freed from their allegiance if by the court of Rome the king be judged an heretic? That a king, I don't know that word, Chilperic of France may be deposed by a pope as Pope Zachary for no cause, and his kingdom given to one of his subjects? That the clergy and regulars in what country ever, shall be exempt from the jurisdiction of their king, and cases criminal? Or who does not see, to whose profit redound the fees of private masses, and vows of purgatory, with other signs of private interest, enough to mortify the most lively faith, if, as I said, the civil magistrate and custom did not more sustain it than any opinion they have of the sanctity, wisdom, or probity of their teachers, so that I may attribute all the changes of religion in the world to one and the same cause, and that is unpleasing priests, and those not only amongst Catholics, but even in that church that hath presumed most of Reformation. He goes into suffering and natural laws. These last ones are super long, and I don't want to read them. I only wanted to read about the conscience, with knowing. You can only have conscience. You can only be conscious if you're doing it with somebody else.